Spelling. Ah, okay. Just
tunakaribia kuanza, na waomba mlioko nje basi mwingie ndani. Viongozi wetu watakapofika tutawapokea kwa heshima, tasimama, tupigia makofi mpaka watakapoketi. Alafu tukiwa tumesimama hivyo hivyo tutaimba wimbo wa taifa. Maliza wimbo wa taifa tutaanza kusema. Kwa hiyo tutasimama kama nilivyosema, tutawapokea viongozi wetu kwa shamra shamra, na tukiwa tumesimama hivyo hivyo kabla ya kukaa tutaimba wimbo wa taifa. Kishamaliza tutaanza programu yetu. Kwa hiyo nawaomba sana ushirikiano wenu tufanikishe jambo hili, na ukiangalia ratiba tupo nyuma kidogo, kwa hivi hakutakuwa na majonjo mengi na kupoteza muda. Tutaenda straight kwenye programu yetu ili tuweze kukava ule muda ambao umepotea kidogo katika zoezi la kupanda miti na kadhalika. Nawashukuru sana, naomba tushirikiane tukamilishe mambo yetu. Tukisema Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, tunasema elimu bora na nafuu kwa wote. Naomba muandike hiyo sehemu Naomba muandike kwenye booklet yenu haya maneno. Naomba kila mmoja ashike kalamu. Nikisema Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania hii tunafahamu, lakini nikisema Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania tunasema elimu bora na nafuu kwa wote. Naomba muandike hiyo. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, elimu bora na nafuu kwa wote. Hiyo ni kauli mbiu ya chuo chetu, inabidi tuienzi, tuwe tunaitamka mara kwa mara, inakuwa inatukumbusha wajibu wetu wa kutoa elimu bora na nafuu kwa Watanzania na watu ambao ni nje ya Tanzania. Ninawashukuru sana. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, elimu bora na nafuu kwa wote. Hiyo ndio kauli mbiu yetu. Nitawaomba sana mjitahidi kuitamka pale tutakapotaka kuitamka. Nawashukuru sana. Basi naona jamani mlioko nje basi hebu ingieni chapo hapa ili tuwaite viongozi. Naomba muingie huko. Naomba muingie ndani. Tunataka tuwaite viongozi sasa jamani. Naomba muingie. Ndani. Twendeni chap. Twendeni. Daktari njoni bwana, tunaanza. Njoni bwana. Asanteni sana. Njoni tuanze chapu bwana. Nawashukuru sana bwana. Karibuni. Asante. Karibuni.
Mgeni rasmi moyo wa dhati tunashukuru Rais wetu niwezeshe Wizara ya Elimu kujenga vituo 5 vipya ili kuboresha miundombinu ya kujifunza na kufundishia ya Chuo Kikuu Huria mkoani Manyara, Geita, Kigoma na Lindi.
Naomba tusimame. Makofi ya kutosha. Makamu mwenyekiti. Pesa kwenye utakapo. Sawa. Haya, tukiwa tumesimama hivyo hivyo, naenda na wimbo wa taifa. Makofi na vigelegele. Asante sana. Naomba tukae. The guest of honor, Regional Commissioner for Kigoma, Honorable Andengenye, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Professor Caroline Nombo, Chairman, Chairperson of the University Council, Professor Joseph Kuzilwa, Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Tanzania, Professor Elfas Tozo Bisanda, President of the Convocation of the Open University of Tanzania, Professor Modesti Barisanga, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics, Research and Consultancy, Professor Alex Makulilo. Deputy Vice Chancellor, Planning, Finance and Administration, Professor Josia Katani. The Acting Deputy Vice Chancellor, Learning Technologies and Regional Services, Professor Leonard Fueja. The DRC Director of Regional Center for Kigoma, MS Chitegese Minanago. Members of the University Council and the University Council and the Senate are here present. Deans and directors, heads of department from the Open University of Tanzania, members from the district as well as the region are here from Kigoma, and all other participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon Professor Elfas Tozo Bisanda for a brief introduction before we move on with our program. Professor Bisanda will introduce to us our distinguished members who have joined us here today, and I will also do the same for the other members after Professor Bisanda's introduction. Karibu sana, Professor. You're much welcome.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable Regional Commissioner and Chief Guest, I prefer to address you through a military rank. The Commissioner General of Fire Brigade, retired. Our Honorable Permanent Secretary, Professor Caroline Nongo, the Chairman of our Council, Professor Kujiwa, the two Vice Chancellors, we have 3 of them, and the President of the Convocation, Professor Modest Laksana. These are the I'm not going to raise the guest of honor because we come here and talk to you, and I'm also not going to raise the permanent secretary because she will be there, but I would like to first raise the chairman of our council. Please stand for. He is a retired but not tired professor. Formerly the Vice Chancellor of Mzumbe University. And he still teaches and works in Mzumbe, but he's also chairman of other councils of the university. Professor Barisanga, please stand up. Professor Barisanga is the president of the convocation. In fact, he is actually the host of this function. Yes. I don't know that there is elections this year or let's see continue. Then I will raise the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Magulilo. This is his first convocation. And again also Professor Katani, the Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration, and the Acting DVC for Regional Services and Learning Technologies, Professor Kwega. I stop at the Director of Goma Regional Center, but with them, I would rather also introduce the members of the University Council and Senate who are here present. The external members, please. Together. These are our guests for this function. They are coming mainly for the graduation tomorrow, but they are free to participate and contribute in the coming discussions. I would like also to introduce Professor Yunus Mgaya, who is going to be the guest speaker. I think the remaining personnel, our protocol will introduce. But I want to thank you. I am Professor Bisanga, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bisanga, for a wonderful introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also introduce some few members who are here. First of all, I would like to introduce to you members, deans and directors from the Open University of Tanzania. Please raise. Those are the deans and directors of the Open University of Tanzania. Asanteni sana. I would also like to introduce staff members from the Open University of Tanzania who are here. All staff members, please raise. Thank you very much. I would also like to introduce the alumni of the Open University of Tanzania. Could you please raise? Alumni. Wanazuoni wa chuo kikuu huria, wahitimu na kadhalika. Yes. Okay. Wahitimu mpaka kesho wakipewa ndio wanakuwa alumni sawa sawa. Sasa hivi wanaitwa watarajiwa. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me also introduce the Director, International Links and Convocation Unit, who is also very responsible with this program. Would you please raise? Okay. Asante sana. And me is Dr. Mohamed Maguo, the Chief Protocol of the Open University of Tanzania. I'll be the MC of this very important convocation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead to our program, we are now going to have a welcoming remarks, and this will be done by the President of the convocation, Professor Modesty Bisanga. Professor, the floor is now yours. 3 big claps, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning to everyone and warmly welcome to all. Before I begin my formal remarks, it is with great sadness that I have to inform you that over the year, our university community has suffered the loss of some beloved ones, some students or staff, and even some members of the convocation may have either lost some of their beloved relatives, or as a convocation community, we may have lost some of our beloved members. May I kindly ask that we raise to a minute of silence to honor and remember those who have departed. May their soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome the Regional Commissioner of Igoma, Honorable Tobias and Ngenge, who has kindly agreed to be our guest of honor and the host of the two great events that we are going to conduct today, convocation, and tomorrow, the graduation. It is also a pleasure and honor to me to introduce to you, to make a remark to our Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Professor Caroline Nomo. And I have a distinct honor and the pleasure of welcoming the chairman of our university's council, Professor Joseph Uzilwa. Thank you, Prof, for being an exceptional leader who inspires every team member to do their best. We appreciate having you as our boss and your constant support as we grow together. I would like to acknowledge and appreciate all members of the governing bodies, the University Council and the Senate, for the commitment and dedication in making sure that we stay true to realizing the OUT's vision. A warmly welcome to you all. We wholeheartedly welcome the Vice Chancellor of the Open University, Professor Elifas T. Bisanda. Since this may be his last convocation in the graduation before retirement, we thank him for fostering a work environment where we really feel valued for and encouraged to do our best. You inspire us to learn from our mistakes and push our limits. We are forever grateful for your leadership, Professor. I am delighted to welcome and briefly introduce our guest of honor today, Professor Yunus Mgaya, whose speech is about 30 years of unlocking sustainable education through open, online, and distance learning. I'm told that in this occasion, I was to give a brief CV of Professor Yunus. Admittedly, I have failed to do that. The CV itself is more than 25 pages, while my welcoming remarks is about 3 pages. So if I do the needful to that CV, then there is no need for other welcoming remarks. But in a very brief, Professor Mgaya is a true Tanzanian professor and a researcher, specializing in marine biology and aquaculture. He has held various academic and administrative positions at the University of Dar es Salaam, including Dean of the Faculty of Aquatic Science and Technology and the Vice Chancellor. He has also served as the Executive Secretary of the Tanzania Commission for Universities and Director General of the National Institute for Medical Research. Professor Mgaya is a member of several professional organizations and has published extensively, I mean extensively, more than 120 publications in his field. He is recognized for his contribution to advancing marine and coastal sciences in East Africa and beyond. So other visiting dignitaries, the university welcomes you all and appreciates you for your coming to share the joys of this momentous occasion with us. I also recognize with pride and satisfaction the presence of our deputy vice chancellors, there are 3, the deans here present, directors, professors, lecturers, and other members of the university staff here present. As a fact, together they have made the university to what it is today, proudly celebrating its 30th anniversary. I thought you'd clap for that. Last but not least, we are honored to have the also leaders, other invited guests, the security, media groups, please accept our warm welcome to the 34th OUT convocation ceremony. It is really terrific to see you all gathered here in this very special place, ready to actively participate. It is with earnest joy that I congratulate the prospective graduates, including international students as well as their family and representatives. These are for tomorrow's graduation. For the third cohort, upon successful completing their studies in their respective disciplines, you have finally made it, and once again, congratulations upon not giving up and fighting on amidst very challenging times. Today, we wanted to pay tribute to the outcome of your work and commitment. Please accept our sincere big up for you all. Many of you came from afar and may have faced a long journey to be here. We are honored by your presence, including families and friends, as I said, and are pleased that you have accepted the invitation to take part in this convocation ceremony. Some other students may not be able to be here in person, but today technology helps us. They are following the whole event online and would like to also greet them with affection. Honorable guests of honor, on behalf of the OUT convocation members, I register our deep appreciation to you for putting into organizing our two ceremonies, convocation and graduation, according to the OUT's norms and standards. Your mindfulness, inventiveness, generosity, and commitment have guaranteed that we have an effective day. Much thanks to you and your team for such a great amount for being there for us. Similarly, thank you. Similarly, we all appreciate for the efforts exerted by the DRC Kigoma region, together with the other staff in the center. I just want to say thanks to all of those who played a role in pulling this major event together. There are too many people, even too many departments to name, but we can still give them applause, a huge round of applause, and our thanks. Our guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to inform you that this year we expected to welcome a total of 4,307 new convocation members upon their graduation tomorrow. It's a big number. Out of whom 590 are postgraduate students. 590. 1,396 are undergraduates, and 2,321 non-degree holders. In the current cohort, there are about 50 students who are from different countries. We have Lawer in Ghana, 37 students, Rwanda, 4 students, Namibia 2, Botswana 1, China 1, Egypt 1, France 1, Kenya 1, Russia 1, and Uganda 1. In this cohort, the foreigners, 6 are PhDs, 13 masters, and the remaining 31 are undergraduates. The prospective graduates constitute about 48.1% from 45 last year. Today, 48.1%. Last year was 45% of females. So there is an increase. And 51.9 from last year, 55 decrease of males. The increase of female graduates in this year is a result of the special a program for female students, STEM, that is sponsored through the HEAT project. We remain very grateful to our government and Madam Permanent Secretary, you are here. Please convey our gratitude to the government. There's this notable improvement in the graduation rate for the female. Such a trend indicates that the gender disparity is slowly narrowing, as is stipulated in one of the key objectives in the university strategic objectives. However, we should not be complacent with just this, because gender equity in higher learning institutions as well as in other employment organizations has not been totally attained. Gender imbalance in our community, in our country, as it is in other developing countries, remain the case despite the opportunity and the flexibility offered through open, distance, and online provisions. Guests of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I do congratulate all prospective graduates in various academic fields who will be conferred certificates, diploma, and a degree tomorrow at the 43rd graduation ceremony. We are over the moon for you and proud of your big achievement. Congrats, and since the sky is your limit, we will always expect you to fly high. May I use this opportunity to welcome all prospective graduates to the Open University of Tanzania Alumni Association, which was officially inaugurated on 22nd September 2022 by Honorable William Lukuvi and OUT's alumni and MP for Ismani constituency in Iringa. The current president of the OUT Alumni Association is Honorable Musa Sima, an MP for Urban Singida constituency. As you embark on this new chapter, remember the invaluable lessons you have learned here, the knowledge and skills you have acquired, the friendships you have forged, and the experiences you have shared have shaped you into the individual you are today. Embrace the future with courage and confidence, knowing that you have the power to make a positive impact on the world. May your journey be filled with success, joy, and fulfillment. May I take this opportunity to request our new members to register their membership by providing their personal information and contacts for entry into the OUT's database. Several staff have been assigned to assist you accomplish this important exercise, with Madam Sarah Abt leading the team. Honorable guests of honor, colleagues, and the OUT community. OUT will provide awards for the best performing students in the 2023-2024 academic year. The university will equally provide also leaders with certificate of merits. I sincerely commend and congratulate all awardees for their outstanding achievement. I trust you will keep the OUT's flag high wherever you go. As I'm about to invite the Vice Chancellor, Professor Bisanda, to welcome our esteemed honorable guest, the Kigoma Regional Commissioner, to proceed with the award event speech and later on to award prizes and certificates to our prospective graduates, I think I should thank you all for attending this graceful event. I wish you all a peaceful and enjoyable stay at this convocation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the President. And we are now going to have the opening remarks by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elfas Tozo Bisanda. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 big claps.
Honorable guests of honor, all protocols observed. I'm not going to give anything other than what is already said, but I would rather wish to introduce one or two people among us who are very distinguished. I wish I had known all the people who are here, but I wish to introduce Judge of the High Court of Tanzania, Honorable Emmanuel Kawishe, who is going to graduate tomorrow with a PhD. I would also like to introduce a colonel of the Tanzania People's Defense Force, Colonel Kachinje. Yeah, he is. He's also going to be awarded a PhD tomorrow. So you see now we are having commanders in the army who have PhD. Doctor, colonel. I think he's going to get a promotion. That's good. But I think there could be others. May all the candidates for PhD tomorrow stand up, because I know I've seen some others. I can't remember these. My friends there, they are going to get PhDs tomorrow. Thank you very much. I wish I had your name so that I could also recognize you at this event. But let me say only one word, that I'm very happy, very happy for your presence, particularly our guest and our permanent secretary who came in to represent the minister, but also all other people who have shared their resources with us. Barik, no, I remember Barik, but the other, I mentioned them tomorrow in my speech, who have contributed greatly for the event that is going to be held tomorrow. I'm very humbled by the preparations of the region and the cooperation we received from Kigoma Regional Commissioner and his assistant. I think there is one person who I don't know is here or not be here, Mr. Kali, who was the former EC for Kigoma. He worked very tirelessly. When we were almost getting to the end, he was transferred to Loliondo. Mr. Kali, maybe he'll be here tomorrow, because he asked me to send him an invitation, and I did. So hopefully I'll see him tomorrow. But with all due respect, I want you to acknowledge my heartfelt thanks for everything that has happened here, but also for you having taken your time to come and celebrate with us as we reach the peak of our annual celebrations for 30 years of Open University, and which is going to be the theme of our discussion today presented by Professor Mugai. With those few remarks, I would like now to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor to come and say something about the awards that are going to be awarded today and the whole process. Thank you, sir.
The guests of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. The guest of honor, I'm pleased to welcome you to this occasion where we are going to present academic prize to outstanding students who are going to graduate tomorrow. In particular, the guest of honor and the distinguished guest, I would like to welcome and acknowledge the prize donors and also congratulate prize recipients. It would have not been possible without their generous support for us to have these awards presented to the outstanding students. The guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as in previous years, in this ceremony, we are going to present awards to top achievers across all faculties, departments, with the prizes which are primarily donated by the Open University of Tanzania, the government of the OUT Students Organization, and there are several other individuals. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to present awards to 60 students, out of which 32 students are female, and this is the best performance comparing to the previous year. And out of the 32 students, 8 of whom obtained GPAs equal to or above 4.4, which is the first class. Having made those few remarks, now let me briefly describe the awards which we are going to present shortly. The first award which we are going to present is the Chancellor's Prize, which is given to students with the highest GPA from amongst all the bachelor degree graduates. And in this year, we will present certificates plus cash prize of 300,000. And above all, we are also going to present to the best students trophies. The second prize is the Vice Chancellor's Prize. This is going to be awarded to the bachelor degree students with the highest GPA in each faculty, provided that the GPA is not below 3.5, which is the upper second class. And in this year's award, we are going to present certificate, cash, T-shillings 240, 100,000 plus profits. The third prize is the Dean's Prize. This is going to be awarded to the bachelor degree students with the second best GPA per faculty, provided that the GPA is not below 3.5. And this year, we are going to present a certificate plus a cash prize of 225,000 Tanzanian shillings. The fourth prize is the Minister's Prize. This prize is given to the best female performing student in each bachelor degree program. And then this year, we are going to present a certificate and a cash prize of 100,000 shillings. The fifth prize is the Chief Justice Prize. This prize is given to the best student in the Faculty of Law with the first class GPA. And then normally we present a certificate and a cash of 300,000. Unfortunately, this year, like the previous 3 years, no student qualified for this prize. So the Faculty of Law should try to push up. The sixth prize, the CYP Diploma Prize, which is awarded to the candidate with the highest overall score with A grade in the Commonwealth Youth Diploma Program. And this year, the award is a certificate plus a cash of T-shillings, 150, 100,000 Tanzanian shillings. The seventh prize is the also President's Award. This is from the Students Organization at the Open University of Tanzania, and it is given to the student with the highest GPA from amongst all the bachelor degree graduates. And this year, the award is the certificate plus a cash of 500,000 Tanzanian shillings. And the last one is the also Secretary General Award. And this is also coming from the Students Association at the Open University of Tanzania. And it is given to the best female student with the highest GPA from amongst all the bachelor degree graduates. And this year, the award is a certificate plus the cash prize of 300,000 Tanzanian shillings. The guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, most of the awards presented today are funded by the Open University of Tanzania. I take this opportunity to thank all individuals who have volunteered to sponsor various awards of their choice. We are happy that you have joined us in celebrating intellectual excellence of our students. Your recognition of our best students is a testimony of the quality of our graduates from the Open University of Tanzania. I wish to encourage more members of the convocation, academic staff, and the general members of the public to sponsor various prizes for any specific categories of their choice. Specifically, I wish to challenge organizations, both public and the private sectors, to support activities that will improve the quality of academic programs at the Open University of Tanzania, because the ultimate beneficiary of our products is the industry. Interested organizations are requested to contact me for more clarification and information on how to get into this category of donors for our graduates. I would like you to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the entire university community for their dedication of time and efforts towards the service of this institution and the Open University of Tanzania. Your commitment has played a pivotal role in transforming our university into a leading model open and distance higher learning in Africa. Let us continue to collaborate to ensure that the progress we have achieved in such a short time is preserved and built upon. Finally, I once again congratulate all the winners of the awards on their outstanding achievements. I have no doubt that every one of you will excel in the future roles and contribute to the future well-being of our society and our nation. But also bear in mind that the key to success in life is not to get ahead of other people, but to get ahead of ourselves. On behalf of the Open University of Tanzania, Council, Senate, and members of management, and on my own behalf, I wish you success in your endeavors. The guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, after this preamble, may I now invite the guest of honor to present the awards to the various winners. Thank you. The guest of honor, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will now call upon different categories of awardees come before here and receive their awards from our guest of honor. The first category is Chancellor's Prize. We have from Faculty of Business and Management, 3 students. Swai Hafif from Kinondoni Regional Center. He scored a GPA of 4.8. We have Ngalawa Saul from Mwanza Regional Center, the same GPA, 4.8. Edward Ivo from Coast Region with GPA of 4.8. From the Faculty of Science, Technology, yeah, please come forward. And if they are not here, we need to have their representative, probably the dean. The dean would come and collect the certificates. DNF, Science, and FAS. You should get prepared if the awardees are not around. Okay? DNFBN. Or former Dean, Professor Magai. Swai Afri. Ngalawa Salum. Edward Ivo. We have one outstanding student from the Faculty of Science. Faculty of Science, Amos Abel, if you are here. Dean, Faculty of Science. Some of them are Faculty of Arts, Freddy Sophia from Ilala, Ahad Joyce from Kinondoni, same GPA, 4.8, same what do we have? Now I would like to call upon awardees for the Vice Chancellor's Prize, Faculty of Education, Mwagala Iman Paulo from Coast Region, GPA of 4.5. Mwagala, Dean, Faculty of Business Management, Swai Afid again, Ngalawa Salum, Edward Ivo. Yeah. Swai Afid. Ngalawa Salum, Edward. Yeah, it is here. Faculty of Law, Kimola Amani Henry from Dodoma Regional Center, GPA of 3.9. Kimola, if you are not here, Dean Faculty of Law, GPA of 3.9. Faculty of Arts and Social Science, Fred Sophia, GPA 4.8, Lara Regional Center. Ahad Joyce, GPA of 4.8. Faculty of Science, Amos Abel, again from the Dodoma Regional Center, GPA 4.8. Now I'm calling upon awardees of the Dean's Prize from Faculty of Education, Atanas Aaron from Kinondoni, GPA of 4.4. Rafael Marietta from Manyara Regional Center, 4.4. Sishula Gerard from Rukwa Regional Center, non-profit. That is from Faculty of Education. Faculty of Education, you still have some prizes for your students. Yes. Then Faculty of Business Management, you have Cheyo Amina, GPA of 4.7 from Kilimanjaro. Mashala Eva, GPA 4.7 from Kinondoni. Mtede Kambira, GPA of 4.7 from Shinyanga. Faculty of Law, Mlaga Jasil from Lindi Regional Center, GPA of 3.7. Nanyaro Oscar from Mtwara, GPA of 3.7. Dean Faculty of Law. Faculty of Arts, Magumba Loema from Mbeya, GPA of 4.7. Salu Simon from Arusha Regional Center, GPA of 4.7. Faculty of Science, Kashololo Lucas from the Dodoma Regional Center, 4.6. Elisha Emmanuel from Kinondoni Regional Center. Okay, who is this? Kashololo. Elisha Emmanuel. Omari Hamisi. Elisha. Okay, Omari Hamis, GPA of 4.6 from Kinondoni Regional Center. Now I call upon ministers. Okay, so this is presented to the best female in each degree program. So we start with the BBA program. Musa Jamila Jack, GPA of 4.3, Arusha Regional Center. BBA Ndeme Rose John, GPA of 4.4, Kinondoni. BBA Dean. Okay. DHRMA Bashala Eva, Cheo Amina, they're all from Faculty of Business. Okay. BPSM, Ezekiel Neema, BBA, Dak Rebecca, BBA, Kalinga, Miriam Ali, BA, this one, BA, Frank, Felista, BA Economics, this is fast. Okay, from Faculty of Arts, we have Felista Frank, we have Yahya Sawia, BA Economics, BA Sociology, Belaz Cosmas, BA Social Work, Bagumba Oema, we have BA International Relations, Julius, we have BA Library, Fred, Sophia, and Ahad Joyce. We have BA, Bachelor of Natural Resource and Assessment Management, New Mashida, BA, Bachelor of Tourism Management, Aton Berry, Bachelor of Tourism, Sanga, Atu Rebecca, who is that? Bachelor of Community Economic Development. Okay. Dean, please come forward. Okay, from Faculty Special Education, Andrea Happiness, Andrea Margaret, Kileo Beatrice, Andrea, Andrea Happiness, Andrea, Bachelor of Business Administration Education, Nyungwe Fatuma, Bachelor of Education, Distance Education, now I'm calling upon awardees of CYP Diplomas Prize, Lugense Chrysostom, Lugense Chrysostom, Dice, please. Dice. And then I'm calling upon individual prizes from also President Award. From Faculty of Science, Amos Abel, from Dodoma Regional Center. Swai Hafid, from Faculty of Business Management, Dean Science, Dean Faculty of Business, please come forward. Swai Hafid, Ngalawa Salum, Edward Ivo. From Faculty of Arts, Ahad Joyce, Fred Sophia. And then I'm calling upon awardees of also Secretary General Award from FAS, Ahad Joyce, Fred Sophia. No, this is another separate, yes. This is also secretary, that was from President. The guest of honor we have done with the Academic Prize Awards. Now I would like to introduce and represent certificates of merit to also leaders. This is the Open University Student Association. We have 18 students who are be awarded certificates of merit upon the completion of their tenure. The first name is Hawa Maulid, who was the Deputy President from Coast Region. Andrea Ndagire, Regional Secretary Coast. Stephen Emmanuel, Minister of Education Coast. Joyce James, Minister of Information Coast. Neema Mahenge, Minister of Finance from Coast. H. Philemon, Minister of Sport Coast. Mohammed Hassan Jafari, Deputy Minister of Information Coast. Jackson Joseph, Deputy Minister of Education Coast. Manaya Sanane, Minister of Sports and Games, Dwana. Staile William, Regional Secretary, Dwana. Songelei John, Regional Secretary, Mwanza. Sitasita Laban, Deputy President, Mwanza. Rajabu Eliamin Sofe, Deputy Vice President, Kilimanjaro. Martha Robert Boas, Regional Secretary, Kilimanjaro. Mombek Rugoshora, Minister of Education, Kilimanjaro. Thomas Marengo Wabuna, Minister of Finance, Kilimanjaro. Ramadhani Timani Afman, Minister of Sports and Games, Kilimanjaro. And lastly, Blenga Hussein, Minister of Communication, Kilimanjaro. The guest of honor, this is the final award and concludes our session for the award presentation. Thank you very much.
Some inconveniences will arise. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving ahead with our program. And what next is we are going to have remarks, first of all, from the chairman of the council, Professor Joseph Kuzilwa, and then Professor Kuzilwa will welcome the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, for her remarks, and then the permanent secretary will present the guest of honor for his speech. Karibu sana mwenyekiti wetu. Much welcome.
Our dear guest of honor, the Regional Commissioner for Kigoma, Mr. Ndengeni, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education, Science and Technology, members of the Out Governing Council, and I wish to recognize the Vice Chair, Professor Penman, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Bisana, Deputy Vice Chancellors, the Chairman of the Convocation, Professor Alexander, Deans and Directors, graduates here present, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I was given only one main task, and that is to invite the Permanent Secretary to come and say a few words, and then invite our guest of honor for his remarks and speech. But before I do that, let me just say a few words. First of all, again, to join the Out management, to thank you, the guest of honor, for accepting our invitation to come and preside on this very important occasion. I think it's a special convocation because it also marks the 30th anniversary of the Open University, which is a climax actually of an event whose celebration started way back in around June of this. So it's very special. So thank you so much for accepting the invitation. But let me also thank the Permanent Secretary for being here with us, but also to thank the Ministry for the support to the educational sector, and this matter higher education sector, and in particular to our university. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to also commend all students or graduates who received the awards. I hope that this acts as a motivation for others to also do well so that they can get such presents. I tried to go very carefully through the list of awards. I didn't see the chairman of the council's award, so I hope that I'm going to force so that next year we have this award and should reflect the name or the position. I'm sure that won't bust the budget of the council to a few hundred shillings for that award. But let me also commend today a lot of awards were received by the deans and directors. That means that behind every successful student are teachers, deans, and directors who have helped to work together with the students so that they achieved what they did. So I'd like to take this opportunity on behalf of the council again to also commend the faculties, the deans, directors, and the staff for working together with the students so that they achieved what they achieved. After saying those few words, and these are very few, I'm sure we'll have an occasion tomorrow at the graduation to say a little bit more, but today, for sake of time, is now my singular.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Elimu oye! Auti oye! Nashukuru. Mheshimiwa Tobias Andengenya, mkuu wa mkoa wa Kigoma ambaye ni mwenyeji wetu, lakini pia mgeni rasmi wa kongamano la leo. Napenda nikushukuru sana kuwepo hapa, lakini pia kukubali kuwa mwenyeji wa mahafali haya ya out, lakini pia kongamano hili la leo. Rais wa wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Professor Modest Barisanga, thank you for your remarks. Wajumbe wa baraza la Chuo Kikuu Huria, nimefurahi kuwaona wote na kwamba chuo kinaenda vizuri chini ya uongozi wenu ikiwa na mwenyekiti wa baraza. Makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Professor Elifas Bisanda, I've heard that you are going to retire next year. I hope you are not yet tired. Manaibu makamu wakuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Professor Alex Makulilo, pamoja na Professor Josia Katani na Professor Leonard Fweja. Watoa mada wa kongamano hili, yuko mmoja, Professor Yunus Mgai. Yeye anasema amekataa kutofanya kazi. He's retired, but he still does a lot of work. And he has told himself, mimi sija retire. He wants to continue doing work for our country. As he has been introduced, he is really patriotic for our country. Asante Professor Yunus. Wachangia mada wengine ambao watakuwa na Professor Mgaya, Professor Sylvia Tem na CPA Messi Sila. Thank you for your presence. Rais wa serikali ya wanafunzi wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, sijawaona, sijajua kama wapo, lakini we recognize your presence, madam. Wadiri wa vitivo, Kiswahili kigumu, wadiri. Wakurugenzi wote, wakuu wa idara, waratibu, lakini muhimu sana, wahitimu watarajiwa. Nimeona wachache mpo wahitimu. Nimefurahi kuwaona, na katika wahitimu hao wapo viongozi kutoka kwenye serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, na nimefurahi kuwaona kuna viongozi wenzetu ambao pia kesho watakwenda kuhitimu. Waandishi wa habari, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, kazi inaendelea kweli kweli, na ndio maana nimetamani pamoja na kwamba hili ni kongamano la wanataaluma, lakini niongee kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ili Watanzania wenzetu wote waweze kujua serikali yao inafanya nini kupitia Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Naomba kwanza nianze kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kuturuhusu sote kuwepo hapa siku ya leo. Pili, naomba nimshukuru Rais wa kongamano la wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu cha Tanzania Huria. Kwa kweli mimi sikuwa niwe sehemu ya tukio hili leo. Kama vile nimechomekea. Ila kwa sababu nilikuwa ninakuja kwa ajili ya maandalizi ya kupokea mgeni kwa ajili ya tukio la kesho, basi nikajikuta nipo katikati ya hadhira hii adhimu ya wanataaluma, nami nikaona sio vibaya kushiriki katika tukio hili. Kwa hiyo Rais, ninakushukuru sana kwa kubali uwepo wangu hapa siku ya leo. Nimefurahi pia nimeshiriki katika tukio la kukabidhi zawadi kwa wahitimu waliofanya vizuri. Wakati Rais anawasilisha, alisema the sky is the limit. Lakini hakuna kitu zaidi ya sky. There's nothing beyond the sky. Ipo. Sasa I always tell them the sky is not even the limit. You can even go beyond the sky if you can, because you are scientists, so you can also discover what is there. Kwa hiyo ninawapongeza sana wale ambao wamepokea zawadi, na tunaamini zawadi hizo zitakuwa ni chachu za kuwafanya mafanye vizuri zaidi katika sekta mbalimbali mtakapoenda, lakini pia utaweka alama ya Chuo Kikuu Huria Tanzania kwamba wewe ni mhitimu wa chuo hiki na umeibuka kidedea. Kwa hiyo ninawapongeza sana. Tunafahamu sote hili ni kongamano la 34, lakini kesho ndio itakuwa mahafali ya 43 ya chuo hiki. Kwa kweli hii ni safari ndefu kwa chuo. Kipekee sana napenda nimshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan ambaye ameendelea kuwekeza katika sekta ya elimu kwa ngazi zote, kuanzia elimu ya awali, elimu ya msingi, elimu ya sekondari, elimu ya kati na elimu ya juu ambapo chuo hiki kinafanya majukumu yake. Kwa hiyo kwa kweli makofi mengi na maua mengi yaende kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Matokeo tunayaona haya makubwa kwenye chuo hiki ni kwa sababu ya utashi wake wa kuwekeza kwenye elimu. Vile vile tunampongeza mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania Mheshimiwa Mizengo Kayanza Pinda, waziri mkuu mstaafu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, lakini kwako pia mwenyekiti wa baraza la chuo Profesa Kiziwa, Profesa Elifas Bisanda na manaibu wote pamoja na wakurugenzi, wakuu wa idara, wa vitengo mbalimbali pamoja na wafanyakazi wote wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania kwa kazi kubwa mnayoifanya ya kutoa elimu, utafiti na huduma kwa jamii ya Kitanzania. Ninafahamu kupitia chuo hiki tumeweza kuzalisha wahitimu wengi ambao wamekuwa manufaa makubwa sana kwa nchi ya Tanzania, lakini pia nje ya Tanzania. Elimu yetu tunayoitoa sasa nchini ni elimu ambayo inamfanya Mtanzania aweze kuwa wa maana, awe useful ndani ya nchi, lakini pia aweze kutoa utaalamu wake nje ya mipaka ya Tanzania. Na ninajua elimu inayotolewa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania ni elimu ambayo imevuka mipaka. Kama ambavyo rais wa kongamano hili wa CONVOCATION alisema, tuna wahitimu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za ulimwengu. Kwa hiyo elimu mnayoitoa sio tu imenufaisha nchi yetu, bali imenufaisha dunia. Kwa hiyo hongereni sana. Wizara yetu ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia ina jina refu, Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, na ni sisi wa vyuo kupitia chuo chetu pia tunahitaji kuhakikisha kwamba tunazalisha sayansi pia na teknolojia. Tunatamani kuona wataalamu wengi, wahuguzi wengi wanatoka katika chuo chetu, na hapo tutakuwa tumetendea haki jina la wizara hii, sababu ni elimu, sayansi na teknolojia. Kwa hiyo tunawashukuru sana OUT, na wizara hii imeendelea kufanya kazi kwa karibu na chuo hiki kuhakikisha kwamba malengo ya chuo hiki yanatimia. Kama tulivyosikia awali, mwaka huu 2024 tunakwenda kutimiza miaka 30 toka chuo hiki kianze shughuli zake za elimu, utafiti na ushauri kwa jamii. Wizara yetu kwa kweli tunajivunia sana uwepo wa chuo hiki kwa kuwa umesogeza huduma za elimu ya juu katika mikoa yote ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania na nje ya nchi pia. Makofi kwetu. Kama mtakumbuka, tumepitia sera ya elimu, na sera yetu ya elimu inaelekeza kuwepo na elimu iliyo nyumbufu, elimu flexible. Kwa hiyo ninaamini kupitia uzoefu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania tutajifunza namna gani, kwa sababu ni wazoefu wa kufanya elimu nyumbufu, tutajifunza namna gani kama nchi kufanya elimu iwe nyumbufu kuanzia hata kwenye ngazi hizi za chini. Kwa hiyo tunategemea sana uzoefu wa OUT katika kuelekeza na kutoa ushauri kwa wizara namna ambavyo tutakwenda kutekeleza elimu ambayo ni nguvu katika ngazi mbalimbali. Ikumbukwe kuwa chuo hiki kina matawi katika mikoa yote ya Tanzania na baadhi ya wilaya kama vile Kahama na Tunduru. Vile vile chuo hiki kina vituo vya uratibu katika nchi mbalimbali kama vile Ghana, Namibia, Ethiopia, Ujerumani na hivi nimetaja tu kwa uchache. Hapa Kigoma, kituo hiki kinatoa huduma kwa wananchi wa mkoa wa Kigoma pamoja na nchi za jirani. Wizara yetu itaendelea kufanya kazi kwa karibu sana na chuo hiki katika miradi mbalimbali ya kimkakati. Sote tunakumbuka hivi karibuni chuo hiki kimekuwa miongoni mwa taasisi 22 hapa nchini ambazo zinatekeleza mradi wa HIT, mradi wa mageuzi katika elimu ya juu kwa ajili ya kuboresha kwa nchi. Mradi huu unalenga kuimarisha mitaala, miundombinu na kujenga uwezo wa wahadhiri katika taasisi zetu za elimu ya juu nchini. Kwa upande wa chuo hiki cha Chuo Kikuu cha Tanzania, mradi wa HIT umejielekeza katika ujenzi wa maabara za sayansi katika kanda 7 za nchi yetu, ikiwepo kanda hii ya magharibi ambapo maabara hiyo itajengwa hapa mkoani Kigoma. Leo hii itakuwa ni fursa pekee kwa wanafunzi na wananchi wa mkoa wa Kigoma kupata huduma za maabara. Mkoa wa Kigoma, nafurahi mkuu wa mkoa tunaye hapa. Tuendelee kufanya uratibu wa karibu sana na usimamizi wa ujenzi wa maabara hii ili ikamilike kwa wakati na wananchi wa Kigoma na maeneo ya jirani waweze kunufaika na jitihada za serikali yao kuwasogezea huduma karibu. Kupitia pia mradi huu wa HIT, Chuo Kikuu Huria kimeendesha programu maalum ya maandalizi, yaani foundational program, kwa wasichana wanaoishi katika mazingira magumu waliokosa fursa za moja kwa moja kujiunga na elimu ya juu katika michepuo ya sayansi. Nafurahi kusikia kwamba idadi hiyo imeongezeka na hata idadi ya wahitimu katika chuo hiki wanatokana pia na uwepo wa programu hii ambayo imewawezesha sasa wanasayansi wengi kusoma na kutimiza ndoto zao katika michepuo ya sayansi. Kupitia programu hii takriban tayari wasichana 200 wanaotoka katika mazingira magumu na maeneo ya pembezoni wameweza kupata ufadhili na kusoma na kuhitimu katika maeneo ambayo walikuwa wanatamani wabobee. Niendelee kuhimiza wasichana wote wenye sifa za kujiunga na programu hii ambayo inagharamiwa na serikali kwa 100%, ikiwepo kulipiwa nauli za kufika vituoni, posho za kujikimu, waweze kuchangamkia fursa hii ya elimu. Nchi yetu inahitaji kujenga viwanda ambao kutokana na wanasayansi ambao wanaleta ubunifu mbalimbali katika masuala ya viwanda. Kwa hiyo hao ambao wanasikia ujumbe huu wachangamkie fursa hii, ni fursa adhimu na tunaamini serikali yetu imejipanga kuongeza fursa za kielimu. Kwa hiyo hii ni namna mojawapo ya kuhamasisha wakina mama, wasichana kuingia katika sekta ya sayansi. Vile vile ni wasihi viongozi wenzangu mlioko hapa na wanaonisikia kuendelea kuhamasisha umma juu ya fursa hii ili kuhakikisha kwamba kila mwenye sifa habaki nyuma. Katika elimu tuna msemo unayosema hakuna anayeachwa nyuma. Ndio maana programu kama hizi zinakuja kuwanufaisha wale ambao wasingeweza kupata hiyo fursa. Ndugu washiriki wa kongamano hili, nimalizie tena hotuba yangu kwa kumpongeza sana rais wa kongamano hili la wanazuoni Profesa Modest pamoja na uongozi wote wa Chuo Kikuu Huria pamoja na kamati ya maandalizi kwa kuratibu vema kongamano hili la kitaalamu. Niwaombe muendelee kuwa mfano bora katika kutafuta suluhisho kwa changamoto mbalimbali zinazokabili taifa letu kupitia utafiti, machapisho na taarifa za ushauri. Kwa kweli vyuo vikuu vitaleta umaana wake kama vinakuwa relevant kwa jamii inayotuzunguka. Kwa hiyo tufahamu kwamba sisi ni watu ambao taifa letu linatutegemea sana. Kwa niaba ya wizara yetu ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, napenda niwaahidi kuwa wizara yetu itaendelea kufanya kazi kwa karibu na Chuo Kikuu cha Huria Tanzania ili kuhakikisha kuwa azma na ndoto za waasisi wa chuo kikuu kuona elimu ya juu inatolewa kwa njia huria, masafa na kwa gharama nafuu inatimizwa. Ni wito wangu sasa kwa wananchi wote wanaonisikiliza, na hasa watu wa mikoa ya Kigoma na ya jirani, kuchangamkia fursa mbalimbali za elimu, hasa elimu ya juu, hasa zile zinazotolewa na Chuo Kikuu cha Huria. Kwa fursa zipo, ni wakati wa Watanzania kuendelea kuelimika na kuweza kuchangia katika maendeleo ya nchi yao. Baada ya kusema hayo machache, napenda niwashukuru tena kwa kunikaribisha na kushuhudia tukio zuri la kutoa tuzo kwa waliofanya vizuri, ili pia mimi kama mwanataaluma kushiriki pia katika mjadala nyeti ambao umeandaliwa siku ya leo. Sasa ninayo heshima kumkaribisha mgeni wetu rasmi ili aweze kuongea na hadhira hii. Mheshimiwa Mkuu wa Mkoa.
Asante sana Katibu Mkuu. Jamani, makofi hayatoshi kwa Katibu Mkuu. Na wakati huo huo tunamkaribisha mgeni wetu, makofi yaende. Sanga, umeweka tayari? Sio hiyo. Haya. Jamani, tupige makofi ya kutosha. Makofi mchanganyiko tu. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Elimu bora na nafuu kwa wote. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Ya mwisho hiyo. Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Asante sana, naomba tuketi. Tumepata mgeni mwingine, ndugu yetu Daktari Ahmad Sovu, ambaye ni mshititi wa Kiswahili, mwanataaluma wa Kiswahili huyo kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Mwalimu Nyerere kule Kigamboni, Dar es Salaam, lakini pia ni mdau wa maendeleo hapa Kigoma katika masuala ya elimu. Karibu. Asante sana.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Mheshimiwa Rais wa wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Profesa Modest Diamond Varisanga, Mheshimiwa Profesa Caroline Nombo, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, Profesa Joseph Kuzilwa, mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Profesa Elfasi Tozo Bisanda, Naibu Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania anayeshughulikia taaluma, tafiti na ushauri wa kitaalamu, Profesa Alex Boniface Makulilo, Naibu Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania anayeshughulikia mipango, fedha na utawala, Profesa Josia Katani, Kaimu Naibu Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania anayeshughulikia teknolojia za kujifunzia na huduma za mikoa, Profesa Leonard Fweja, Mkurugenzi wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania Kituo cha Kigoma, ndugu Chitegese Milanago, mtoa mada mkuu wa kongamano hili la wanazuoni wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, Profesa Yunus Mgaya, pamoja na wachangia mada wetu Profesa Silvia Temu na CPA Mesesila, viongozi na seneti ya Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania mlioko hapa, ndugu wa vituo, wakurugenzi, wakuu wa idara, waratibu, wahitimu watarajiwa, waandishi wa habari, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, ninawasalimu tena kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Nianze kwa kumshukuru sana Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema kwa kuniwezesha mimi pamoja nanyi kuweza kuhudhuria mkutano huu mkubwa. Zimwendee makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania Profesa Elfas Tozo Bisanda pamoja na timu yake kwa uamuzi wao wa kunialika katika mkutano huu, lakini pia kunipa nafasi ya kuwa mgeni rasmi siku hii ya leo. Nimefurahi sana kuona kwamba Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania kimeamua kufanyia shughuli zake kubwa mbili hapa mkoani Kigoma. Shughuli zenyewe ni hii ya leo ya kongamano la wanazuoni, ambao ni moja kati ya shughuli kubwa sana katika maisha ya vyuo vikuu. Lakini pia shughuli hii ya pili ni ile inayotarajiwa kufanyika kesho, ambayo ni mahafali yatakayofanyika katika uwanja wa Kawawa hapa Kigoma. Hizi ni shughuli kubwa sana kwa chuo, na sisi wana Kigoma tunayo kila sababu ya kufurahia kuwa wenyeji wa shughuli hii. Na kwa maneno ya mtaani, sisi watu wa Kigoma hatuchukulii poa shughuli hii. Na kwa msingi huo basi, ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kuwakaribisha sana hapa mkoani Kigoma, katika manispaa ya Kigoma Ujiji. Mkoa wetu uko vizuri, tuko salama, tuna chakula cha kutosha. Naamini wengine mmejionea pia ujenzi wa hoteli nzuri na za kisasa, lakini pia ongezeko la huduma bora ambazo ninaamini zitamfurahisha kila mmoja wenu. Msisahau pia kufurahia samaki wazuri kutoka ziwa Tanganyika, hususan migebuka na dagaa maarufu wanaopatikana Kigoma, na ambao kama mnavyofahamu dagaa wa Mwanza ukizidisha bei mara 10 ndio unapata kilo moja ya Kigoma. Lakini msiogope bei, kwa sababu inafanana na ubora wa dagaa wenyewe. Kwa hiyo unavali utaipata ya pesa mtakayokuwa mmeitumia. Ndugu washiriki, naomba nichukue fursa hii ukipongeza kwa moyo wa dhati Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania kwa kutimiza miaka 30 tokea kuanzishwa kwake. Miaka 30 ni mingi, na chuo hiki pia kimefanya mengi katika hiyo miaka 30. Tunafahamu kuwa chuo hiki kilianzisha mpango wa kutoa ufadhili wa nusu ada kwa walimu wa shule za umma, ufadhili ambao umesaidia sana kuongeza idadi ya walimu wa shule za umma kujiunga na Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, na hivyo kuwaongezea ujuzi walimu hao. Jambo hili ni kubwa mno kwa taifa, hasa kwa walimu wote waliopata ufadhili huu wa nusu ada nchi nzima. Pia ninafahamu ndani ya miaka hii 30 chuo kimetoa ufadhili wa masomo kwa maafisa watendaji wa kata, mpango ambao ulilenga kukipeleka chuo katika ngazi ya kata na kuwafanya watendaji wa kata kuongeza viwango vya taaluma kwa lengo la kuendelea kutoa huduma bora zaidi kwa jamii wanazozihudumia. Ni wazi kuwa miradi hii ya ufadhili ililenga kuunga mkono juhudi za serikali za kuinua viwango vya elimu kwa wananchi. Ni imani yangu kuwa chuo kitaendelea kubuni miradi mingine ambayo nayo itaweza kuhamasisha wananchi kujiunga na chuo, na hivyo kuongeza idadi ya wananchi walioelimika nchini. Ninawaomba wanataaluma, waendeshaji na wadau wengine wa elimu muendelee kuwaunga mkono makamu mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania Profesa Elfas Tozo Bisanda pamoja na wasaidizi wake pale wanapokuja na miradi kama hii ambayo inakwenda kuleta neema ya elimu kwa wananchi wengi wa nchi hii. Ndugu washiriki, ninafahamu pia kuwa katika kipindi cha miaka 30 chuo kimeendelea kuimarisha mahusiano na taasisi za ndani na nje ya nchi kwa lengo la kubadilishana utaalamu, kufanya tafiti za pamoja, lakini pia kuendesha miradi mbalimbali ya kubadilishana wanafunzi na watumishi baina ya chuo na taasisi hizo rafiki. Baadhi ya mahusiano ambayo nimeelezwa yamefanywa na chuo hiki kwa miaka hiyo 30 ni pamoja na kujenga mahusiano ambayo yapo mpaka sasa na taasisi zifuatazo: Chuo Kikuu cha Egerton Kenya, Chuo Kikuu cha Lawal Ghana, Chuo Kikuu cha Mtakatifu Maria cha nchini Ethiopia, Jumuiya ya Vyuo Vikuu vya Afrika, Taasisi ya Kimataifa ya Ubadilishanaji wa Wanafunzi kwa Elimu ya Vitendo na Uzoefu, kwa kifupi IAESTE ya Luxembourg, Jumuiya ya Mawasiliano Duniani ITU, Taasisi ya Elimu ya Mawasiliano ya Uingereza, Chuo Kikuu cha Bremen Ujerumani, Chuo Kikuu cha LMU Ujerumani, Chuo Kikuu cha Harvard kupitia Kituo cha Elimu ya Anga, lakini pia Chuo Kikuu cha Sayansi na Teknolojia kwa maana ya MUST Mbeya, kutaja kwa uchache. Mfano dhahiri wa mashirikiano haya yanaweza kuelezwa kwa mafunzo ya muda mfupi yanayoendelea sasa, ambapo wanafunzi wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania hivi tunapoongea wapo nchini Ujerumani wakimalizia mafunzo yao ya muda mfupi, mpango ambao unaendeshwa kwa pamoja kati ya Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania na Chuo Kikuu cha Munich nchini Ujerumani. Nichukue fursa hii tena ukipongeza Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania kwa jitihada hizo za kutanua wigo wa mahusiano na taasisi mbalimbali duniani. Ndugu washiriki, leo tumepanda miti, na miti yote ambayo tumeipanda kwa pamoja ninatamani iendelee kuwa chachu ya mashirikiano yenye manufaa zaidi kwa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania, lakini kwa nchi ya Tanzania kwa ujumla wake. Pale kila mti miongoni mwa miti hii utakapokuwa umekuwa na kuwa mkubwa, basi hiyo iendelee kwa dalili ya uimarishaji wa mahusiano hayo. Asubuhi hii tutapata kusikia mengi sana kuhusu safari ya Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania ndani ya miaka 30 tokea kuanzisha kwake, pale ambapo Profesa Yunus Mgaya atakapowasilisha mada inayobeba kauli mbiu ya maadhimisho ya chuo hiki ambayo ni 30 years of unlocking sustainable education through open, online and distance learning. Wale wote ambao wanataka kusikia juu ya safari ya chuo hiki bila shaka watapata wasaa mzuri wa kuelewa nini kimejiri katika kipindi chote hicho. Sina wasiwasi kuwa wanufaika wa chuo hiki wapo hapa, hivyo nao wanaweza kutumia fursa hiyo kutoa ushuhuda wao wakati wa kuchangia mada utakapofika. Ndugu washiriki, wakati ninaelekea kumalizia hotuba yangu, ninapenda kuwapongeza wahitimu watarajiwa ambao watatunukiwa astashahada, stashahada na shahada mbalimbali hapo kesho katika uwanja wa Kawawa. Ninawatakia mafanikio mema katika maisha yenu na msipange kuishia katika ngazi ambayo mtahitimu hapo kesho. Tumieni muda vizuri kufanya kazi na shughuli zenu za kujitafutia kipato halali, wakati huo huo mkijipanga kujiendeleza zaidi kielimu. Jambo moja lililo muhimu kwenu ni kuendelea kujitofautisha wewe na mhitimu mwingine, ili uwe ni mhitimu shindani, yaani uwe competitive huko kwenye ulimwengu wa ajira au ulimwengu wa kujiajiri. Pia ninawapongeza wanafunzi wote ambao wamepata zawadi na tuzo mbalimbali kutokana na ufaulu wao mzuri au uongozi bora katika nafasi walizokuwa wakizishikilia. Ninawasihi kuwa tuzo na zawadi mlizozipata zikawe ni chachu ya kufanya bidii zaidi katika shughuli zenu za kila siku ili kupata mafanikio zaidi katika maisha yenu binafsi, lakini pia taifa la Tanzania kwa ujumla wake. Ndugu washiriki, naomba pia nitumie fursa hii kidogo kumshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, kwa uongozi wake thabiti. Kwa kwetu Kigoma, tunamshukuru sana kwa kutekeleza ahadi ambazo aliwaahidi wananchi wa Kigoma mwaka 2022 kwamba ndio kufungua mkoa huu na kugeuza uwe kitovu cha uchumi na biashara kwenye ukanda huu wa Magharibi. Katika kipindi cha miaka 3.5 ya uongozi wake, mkoa wa Kigoma umepokea commitment ya serikali ya shilingi trilioni 11 na bilioni 430 ili kuondoa changamoto takriban zote ambazo zilikuwa zinafanya mkoa huu usipige kasi ya maendeleo, wakati una kila aina ya rasilimali, watu na vitu vya kufanya mkoa huu uweze kusonga mbele kwa maendeleo. Kwa hiyo tumepokea hizo pesa ili tulete umeme kutoka Nyakanazi kilomita 280 kwa msongo wa kilovoti 400. Lakini pia tunapokea msongo wa kilovoti 132 kutoka Urambo Tabora. Lakini pia tunaanza kuzalisha umeme megawati 49.5 katika mto Malagarasi. Hiyo ni kwa upande wa umeme. Lakini pia sote tunafahamu kwamba barabara imeshakamilika ya kilomita 260 inayotuunga kutoka Manyovu kwa Profesa Mizanda kwenda mpaka Kakongo. Barabara iko tayari, tumeshaondokana na adha hiyo na tunaamini inaendelea kutuunganisha Afrika Mashariki, kwa sababu hiyo barabara ukitoka Manyovu unaweza kwenda mpaka Saudi Sudani ukipeleka kwenda kuuza au kununua chochote. Lakini kama vile haitoshi, Kigoma panajengwa kiwanda cha kutengenezea meli ambacho hakipo popote katika Afrika Mashariki na Kati. Yote hiyo ni commitment ya serikali kuondoa changamoto ya usafirishaji wa watu, huduma na mizigo katika ziwa Tanganyika. Uwanja wa ndege unaendelea kuboreshwa, lakini kama mnavyosema pia kupitia mradi wa HIT tunapata campus ya Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi ya Tiba cha Muhimbili, campus ya Kigoma ambacho kitajengwa hapa. Lakini kwa kuondoa changamoto pia ya matibabu, hospitali ya rufaa ya kanda ya Magharibi inajengwa pia Kigoma na serikali imekwisha kutoa fedha. Kwa hiyo kuna vitu vingi ambavyo kwa kweli, kwa sababu sio kusudio la convocation hii, nimesema nichukue nafasi hii angalau ukipata nafasi kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Rais na kumtia moyo, kwa sababu bado tunahitaji kuendelea kupewa fedha za kutosha ili kuondoa changamoto mbalimbali ambazo zilikuwa zinawakabili wananchi wetu. Kumalizia hotuba yangu kwa kuendelea kuwapongeza waandaaji wa tukio hili la leo. Muunganiko uliopo kati ya Rais wa wanazuoni Profesa Modest Varisanga na Kurugenzi ya Mahusiano ya Kimataifa na Makongamano pamoja na ofisi wenza inaonekana wameshirikiana vizuri kiasi ya kuwa na mkutano uliopendeza sana. Hongereni sana na msiache kubuni mbinu mbalimbali ili kuboresha zaidi shughuli zenu hizi kila mwaka. Tutakuwa mchoyo wa fadhila nisiporudi kumshukuru sana Profesa Joseph Kuzilwa. Kama mnavyofahamu, historia inawasuta watu. Nilikuwa kamanda wa polisi mkoa wa Morogoro kwa miaka 7. Kwa hiyo pia lazima nitamke hilo kwamba sije kajifanya simfahamu. Kwa hiyo ninakushukuru sana pia, nilipata ushirikiano mkubwa sana ulipokuwa uko pale, nimefurahi sana kukuona, lakini pia nimefurahi kuwaona hata walimu wengine ambao wamefundisha SUA ambapo na mimi pia nimesoma algebra degree ya 2. Kwa hiyo tunaendelea kushirikiana. Sisi hiki chuo ni cha kwetu, tunaendelea kukimiliki, lakini kwa usimamizi wa makamu mkuu wa chuo. Karibuni sana Kigoma, na washukuru na asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Makofi ya kutosha kwa mkuu wa mkoa mpaka anakwenda kukaa. Jamani, tunapiga naomba tukae. Nashukuru sana Mheshimiwa mkuu wa mkoa, mgeni wetu rasmi Mheshimiwa Kamishna Tobias Nyagenye kwa hotuba nzuri katika kongamano letu. Tunakushukuru sana, kwani hotuba hiyo imesheheni vizuri, na hapa tuko mubashara katika mitandao mbalimbali ikiwemo YouTube, ikiwemo Facebook, ikiwemo Zoom. Watu wanatupata huko nje Tanzania nzima na dunia kwa jumla. Kwa hiyo yote yaliyosemwa hapa tangu mwanzo yapo huko, watu wanasikia. Tunawashukuru sana. Tumpe makofi matano mazito mgeni wetu rasmi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shukrani sana. Now, we are moving ahead with our program, and we are going to have a keynote address that is going to be addressed by Professor Yunus Mgaya under the title, 30 Years of Unlocking Sustainable Education Through Open, Online, and Distance Learning. Professor Barisanga, could you please a bit welcome the guest speaker?
Yeah, thank you very much, members here present. As I've said earlier, it is very difficult for me to accomplish the task of doing a thorough introduction to Professor Mgaya's CV. But I will give you a link if you are really interested to read the 20-something pages and see how he has accomplished the academic journey. So we are going to have his speech, a keynote speech. I request that members be attentive, pay attention to the discussion. This is an academic event. Thereafter we shall discuss thoroughly and actually gauge how far have we gone in 30 years of our anniversary. We shall see how far the university has accomplished it, or how far the university is to accomplish the intended objective of its establishment. So without much ado, I'm humbled and exceedingly honored to welcome Professor Yunus Mgaya, and while he is approaching the podium, please give him a huge applause.
Mgeni rasmi, mkuu wa mkoa wa Kigoma, Mheshimiwa Ndegenye, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, Profesa Paul Nombo, Mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Chuo Kikuu Huria Tanzania, Profesa Zirwa, Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu Huria Tanzania, Profesa Sanga, wajumbe wa baraza walioko hapa, wajumbe wa seneti walioko hapa, manaibu makamu wa mkuu wa chuo walioko hapa, na najua wote wapo, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana, habari za asubuhi. Nimeanza kwa Kiswahili, lakini naomba kwa ridhaa yenu, kwa sababu nimeandaa hii mada kwa Kiingereza, niwasilishe kwenu kwa Kiingereza. Na nikubalia. Asante. Siku moja nilipita chuo kikuu Huria Tanzania kufuatilia maendeleo ya mwanafunzi wangu na kuangalia matayarisho ya kumaliza kwake shahada yake ya uzamili, postgraduate degree. Na nilipopita ofisi ya makamu mkuu wa chuo, my good friend Profesa Bisanda akaniambia, tutakukaribisha Kigoma. Tutakukaribisha Kigoma uhudhurie mahafali, lakini there's no free lunch, huwezi ukaja tu Kigoma hivi. Tutakualika pia uwe keynote speaker. Sasa when your big brother speaks and requests you, you can only say yes. Kwa hiyo, the rest ni historia ni hapa. Kwa hiyo, thank you very much for inviting me to be here on this very auspicious occasion of celebrating your 30 years of existence as Open University of Tanzania. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in the journey of education, a time marked by profound and immense opportunity. As we gather here today to discuss the theme of unlocking sustainable education, we must explore the potential of open, online, and distance learning to reshape not only how we educate, but also who we educate. For your information, distance learning degree began to be offered by the University of London in the year 1858. 1858, that long ago. But I'm proud to be part of OUT celebrating its 30th anniversary. To university education. And you remember in the 80s, before the birth of Sokoine, from the University of Dar es Salaam, there was only one university. When I was a student at UP, we were not more than 3,500 students. In my graduating class, we were only 6. So you can see why there was that very strong motivation to have Open University coming into existence in Tanzania. OUT embraces a flexible learning approach. Nyumbufu, we heard it from the permanent secretary, allowing students from diverse backgrounds, including those in rural areas, in districts, in villages, kwenye kata kule, to pursue higher education without the constraints of traditional university settings, where one would have to travel to the University of Dar es Salaam or Sokoine or be accommodated in some hollow residence, etc. Through the Open University system, that is not necessary. This inclusivity not only enhances individual educational prospects, but also contributes to the larger goal of achieving universal education, which is essential for national development. The Open Universities programs, for those who are aware, are designed to cater to the needs of adult learners, many of whom are engaged in full-time employment or have family responsibilities. by offering programs in a blended mode. Open University has enabled thousands of Tanzanians to balance work, life, and study. This accessibility has fostered a more educated populace, equipping individuals with the knowledge and skills necessary to contribute effectively to their communities and the national economy. The Open University of Tanzania has also been instrumental in enhancing the capacity of the workforce in various sectors, in the critical need for skilled professionals in natural science, education, social science, law, and business management. The university has tailored its programs to address, through community-based research and service projects in those communities. Initiatives are in place. They will not only enhance. Now, let me turn my attention now to examining the need for sustainable education and the drivers for sustainable education. In an ever-evolving world like climate change, economic disparity, social inequality, the need for education has never been more urgent. Education has been more urgent. Education is a powerful tool for personal and societal transformation, and it must be resilient, inclusive, and adaptable. Sustainable education empowers individuals to not only acquire knowledge, but also cultivate critical thinking and problem-solving skills essential for addressing global and national challenges. Now, what is the role of open and distance learning in unlocking sustainable education? Open, online, and distance learning are the keys to unlocking sustainable education. So if there is a university that has not embraced that key, it better move in that direction. These innovative modalities offer unparalleled access to knowledge, breaking down the NLM, breaking down geographical and economic barriers. Students from diverse backgrounds can now engage through technology, can now engage with high-quality educational resources from anywhere in the world. And some people refer to this phenomenon as democratization of knowledge, making knowledge available to just about anyone who requires to access it. So this democratization of knowledge fosters inclusivity, allowing marginalized communities, women, and non-traditional learners to participate in their own educational journeys. Furthermore, these learning approaches offer flexibility, enabling learners to tailor their education to their unique circumstances, whether it's juggling family responsibilities, balancing work environment commitments, or navigating health challenges. For example, you recall the COVID-19, where literally the world grounded to a standstill. But through open distance learning, life was not so much interrupted or disrupted by such health challenges. So open and distance learning empowers individuals to pursue their educational goals on their terms, and various authors have tried to describe or to analyze the benefits of the existence of ODL institutions. Now, in my writing here, my write-up here, I have a long list of authors who gave various reasons. For example, the late Hashim Pakiondo of the University of Dar es Salaam looked at affordability in terms of low tuition fees as a benefit to ODM in this country, but also upgrading skills, retraining, providing access, quality and equitable education. That was seen by SADC as being the benefits of ODM. The list is long. And close to home, Mkwizu, who is your very own, when she was looking at the benefits of ODL, she summarized that by stating that through ODL, there's exposure of PhD theses through a repository system in order to share research outputs. But once you have a platform where all this material can be deposited, then they are made available to anyone pursuing academic program leading to a PhD. But also networking, flexibility to interact with other universities. And I know at Open University you have a PhD club, and these clubs, the club at OUT and clubs in other universities do interact through ODM. Now, sustainable education and its role in building skills for the future. Sustainable education through open, online, and distance learning is not just about access, it's also about relevance. In our rapidly changing world, we must equip our learners with the skills needed for future success. Online courses can be designed to address emerging fields such as renewable energy, modern entrepreneurship, artificial intelligence, digital technologies of all sorts, ensuring that students acquire competencies that are in demand. Now, by integrating interdisciplinary approaches and real-world problem-solving challenges, we can foster a mindset among our students that promotes innovation and sustainability. Students can collaborate on projects that address local and global issues, cultivating a sense of responsibility and the agency that is essential for becoming active and informed citizens. Now let me say a few words about leveraging technology for engagement. If you want to engage with your students, you have to leverage technology. The potential of technology, and technology here, I'm referring to ICT. The potential of technology extends beyond mere access to information. Virtual classrooms, the so-called Google classrooms, interactive learning platforms, and collaborative tools, these enhance engagement and foster a sense of community among learners. So you are no longer lonely if you belong to these platforms. This sense of belonging is crucial for motivation and retention, particularly in distance education settings. Moreover, digital technologies enable us to track learner progress, identify their challenges, and personalize learning experiences, ensuring that each student receives the support they need to succeed. It empowers educators to create dynamic and vibrant learning environments that inspire curiosity and foster lifelong learning. So much for sustainable education through online, open, and distance learning. Now, most speakers who who spoke here this morning avoided focusing on the challenges facing the open university of Tanzania. Because we have with us here today the account holder, the accounting officer of the Ministry of Education, she might want to hear some of the key challenges that Open University of Tanzania face, so that when the Vice Chancellor presents his budget, it is looked at with the okay. I didn't want to bias you. Now, the Open University of Tanzania, and I'm reiterating this, has established itself as a pivotal institution for higher education in Tanzania, particularly for individuals unable to attend traditional universities due to various constraints, which I mentioned earlier. However, despite its significant contributions to national development, the Open University of Tanzania faces a series of challenges that impede its operation, effectiveness, and the quality of education it offers. Whether we like it or not, if these challenges are not addressed, we are going to see, or we are going to experience a decline in the achievements of, that the university has managed to make over the last 30 years. So now I want to explore some of the major challenges facing the Open University of Tanzania. And I'm going to limit my presentation to 5 key challenges. One is the obvious one, limited funding. The second one is the digital divide. And here, to bring the message very obvious to all of us, consider a kid with a high-end mobile phone, an iPad, and a laptop, accessing all kinds of material in his or her undergraduate studies. And another kid in some rural setting somewhere, also a student of Open University of Tanzania, with a mobile phone that size, no tablet, let alone iPad, no tablet, and probably no laptop. So that is the digital divide I'm talking about. Urban, rural, but also the haves and the have-nots. That is number 2. Number 3 is curriculum relevance. I know there's a lot being done in focusing our curriculum, reviewing our curriculum in line with the national development agenda. Number 4, student support services. Number 5, institutional capacity. So let me spend a minute or two on each of those 5 items, and I'll start with limited funding. One of the foremost challenges for Open University of Tanzania is limited funding. And I did not get this from the Vice Chancellor. I know it. So this is not unique. Your OC and your development budget, the 3, you look at the permanent secretary, and she looks at the PST in the Ministry of Finance, and the PST, I don't know where she looks at. Maybe the buck stops at her. So this is a problem. However, the budget allocated to higher education it can never be sufficient to meet the various needs of the university, including infrastructure development, staff remuneration, and procurement of learning materials. This financial strain hinders the university's ability to invest in innovative technologies and teaching methods which are essential for providing quality education in an increasingly competitive global landscape. However, I should commend the university. This structure we are in today belongs to the university, sitting on a 50-acre land, and was built by resources, I guess, from the ministry, or maybe internally generated income, but I doubt that. The ministry. Good. So thank you very much, Madam P.S. Now the digital divide. The digital divide. In today's digital age, online learning has become the norm in higher education. Unfortunately, a significant number of OUT students come from rural or underserved communities where access to internet and digital technology is limited. This digital divide exacerbates challenges in academic performance and equitable access to online learning resources. There is no equity there. You have the haves, the have-nots, the rural, urban, that's the reality. Many students struggle to access course materials or participate in online discussions. And this inequality, this digital divide, can lead to disparities in educational outcomes. Someone getting a GPA of 4.8, if you analyze critically, I know these are very hardworking individuals, but maybe the environment also contributed, which would have liked to see all students exposed to the same learning environment and let them compete on other more biological differences. Curriculum relevance, that's the number 3 challenge. Curriculum relevance. Curriculum relevance is another challenge that Open University of Tanzania must grapple with. I know they can argue that, oh, our curriculum are very relevant, they address the needs of the public. But if there's a need, for example, right now, there's a need in the digital, the AI, and these other things. And if you want to develop a curriculum to address that, you have to have the resources. If the resources are not there, you are stuck. So to maintain the interest of prospective students and to align with the demands of the job market, educational programs must continually evolve. However, OUT has faced difficulty in updating its curriculum to meet business and societal needs, partly due to limited resources and slow bureaucratic processes. And my colleague, as difficult as supporting students in open university, who are the university that is particularly that is running its programs through an open, distance, and online environment. Unfortunately, OUT has faced challenges in providing comprehensive student support services. Many students identify, if you read some of the reports, some of the publications, many students identify a lack of academic guidance, counseling, and mentoring opportunities, which can lead to feelings of isolation and frustration. Furthermore, inadequate orientation programs can leave new students unprepared for the challenges of distance learning. So these kids, when they join the university, they compare themselves with those who went to Sokoine, Udom, University of Dar es Salaam, and these other places, not realizing that Theirs is a whole new ball game. Kitu kingine kabisa. So without robust support systems, students may struggle to adapt and succeed in their studies. So Professor Fweja, I know students are partly under your docket, but also the BC Academic. This message, some of these points came from the students themselves. Number 5, let's look at institutional capacity. What do we mean by institutional capacity? Oh, it has been in existence for 30 years. Should we still talk about institutional capacity? The University of the South has been in existence since 1961. Should we still talk about institutional capacity? Yes, we should. Yes, we should. Finally, institutional capacity is a significant challenge for the Open University of Tanzania. They are not just picking on you. This applies to other public universities. This encompasses factors such as staffing, administrative effectiveness, and infrastructure. The university requires a well-trained and motivated teaching staff that can adapt to new teaching methodologies. But recruiting and retaining qualified personnel can be difficult due to limited financial incentives, but also financial resources to pay these people a salary. Additionally, administrative processes, especially with utumishi, may be cumbersome, resulting in delays and inefficiencies that frustrate both staff and students. Finally, the physical infrastructure for on-site examinations and the student interactions often needs enhancement. I know we have these centers in regions, but they need enhancement to better meet the needs of the growing student population. I would like to end my keynote address here by once again expressing my sincere gratitude to the Vice Chancellor and his team for extending an invitation to me to deliver a keynote address during this auspicious occasion as you celebrate 30 years of your existence. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Yunus Mgaya, for a wonderful keynote speech. Indeed, a speech has actually unfolded a number of issues ranging to success as well as challenges facing the ODL towards unlocking the sustainable education. Thank you very much, Professor Yunus Mgaya, for that wonderful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, join me by having 5 big hands for Professor Mgaya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Asante sana. Now, we are going to have a discussion, but before that discussion, we'll be having a group photo, as some of our leaders will be actually leaving us for other official matters. Therefore, we'll be having a group photo here shortly, and thereafter we'll be having a discussion. Asante sana. tuwe chapchap.
Hello, hello. happening right now is the photo taking session. We have members of the council, members of the university council, and other senior management officials. Now is the time of the alumni, honorable judges and honorable commissioners. They're being asked to come forward for this photo session. PhD graduates are also invited to come on the stage for the photo taking session.
Profesa Mgaya utaenda moja kwa moja huko. Karibuni wajadili mada wetu. Tutakuwa nafasi Okay, we are now going to have a discussion, and as we have said, we are going to end our program as it has been stated in the document. Around 14 will be done with this particular program, so don't worry, we are about to end the program. Allow me now to call upon Professor Modest Barisanga, who will chair this particular session. Professor Barisanga.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. MC. May I very humble call now the first discussant, Professor Sylvia Ten, please.
Okay, thank you very much, the President of Convocation Open University of Tanzania. I respect all the protocols that are here, particularly the PS, Moise, and my chairman to the council, and all the academic staff and students and graduates today. We've just had a presentation from Professor Mgaya that talked a lot about sustainable education and how the Open University, the only Open University in Tanzania, has unlocked sustainable education over its journey of 30 years. Question to me and to you and to all of us in Tanzania is, have we really been able, through Open University of Tanzania, to unlock sustainable education? Not just access to education, but sustainable education. And therefore the word sustainable education, or the phrase sustainable education, elimu endelevu, is key. By way of background, we know that Open University of Tanzania was founded by the founder of this nation in 1992 and started operating in 1994, I think. That was the first admission. And this is why we are talking of 30 years, right? So how far have we traveled over those 30 years? Statistics has it that we have been able to enroll over 200,000 students. Would we have been able to fill that gap without OUT? I think every one of us has an answer, right? Is the hope to assistive technology, namely assisting the students that are living with uoni kidogo and other disabilities. It has offered educational delivery in various fields, and we know it has actually contributed a lot in filling the gap in terms of fields of business and management, studies, education, law, humanities, and sciences. So we have professors that have come from Open University over these 30 years. It has presence in all the regions in Tanzania. Hitherto, there were very few institutions that had presence in the regions. Thanks to the leadership in the ministry now, we are seeing the so-called traditional. I think we need to clap for Open University here. This is what we mean by unlocking the inaccessible areas. Telling the people outside there what university education is all about. In Africa we had Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, Uganda, name them. But we have presence in Russia, we have presence in South Africa. And so I think in terms of reaching out, outreach in education, we have the Open University as well as others are trotting. Those that have been there for over 60 years are trotting, but we are seeing this institution has really journeyed very well. We need to be we need to be very particular here now. The question is not just access to education, it's sustainable education. What does, as Professor Mugaya has put it, UNESCO has its own definition of sustainable education, UNESCO 2014. And it says, sustainable education can be defined or is equated to education for sustainable development. Education for sustainable development. What does it do for sustainable development? What does it do? You are educated for sustainable development. We are educating to produce students or graduates that have skills, have values, have perspectives to create sustainable future. What is this sustainable future? We are all in this world, not for ourselves. We are there for today, but we need to make sure that what we create today, what we consume today, is also called Laudato Si, the world that we live together. We need to make sure that we create students, we are researchers, we are professors that contribute to that higher goal. And that is how our education is being stretched. So we need to be a sustainable education helps students are educated for your own sake. Yes, it's for your own sake, but you are educated for the society, and not just for the society today, for the planet. The planet is there. You didn't create it, I didn't create it, it was created for all of us. So we at the OUT, we are asked to create students that acquire knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values necessary to shape our common, our joint sustainable future. And probably even this future that we are talking about, we may not witness it because this future is far-fetched. It's beyond your imagination. So the education that we do, that we produce, or that OUT is supposed to produce, to be called sustainable education, needs to produce or need to drive learning to know, but to do, but also to be able to live together, and learning just to be there and transform oneself and the society for the better tomorrow. Are we doing that at OUT? Have we journeyed along that line? I would say yes, no. Why? Because of the challenges that Professor Mugaya has said. The issue of relevance. Are our graduates fully relevant and addressing the challenges that this country is facing? 30 years journey is not very long. The young man is just about to marry, and the young girl has just been married. So we do have, I'm saying we do have opportunities. We do have opportunities. In short, and I simplify the concept of sustainable development. Being there for yourself, being there for others, being there for the environment, for the planet. Professor Mugaya very aptly explained the concept of flexible education, the principles of ODL, namely equity, access, addressing the marginalized, disadvantaged populations, education every time, for everyone, for everywhere. This is what Professor underlined. And he came up with the challenges. He came up with the challenges that, for me, when I talk of journeying or setting OUT of tomorrow, we have done all what I've accounted for very quickly. OUT for tomorrow, as we journey into the next 30 years, or rather in the next 50 years, it's looking about those challenges and asking myself, what are we going to do? Leveraging on technology, for example. We talked about the issue of technology. Technology, ladies and gentlemen, is there We are living in era of technology, era of knowledge, and we cannot shy away from thinking about technology and working and adapting to our own ways of work through technology. How can we use it? I am saying, and I more or less repeat what Professor is saying, OUT, we have been on the forefront in innovating the management of education, in delivery of education through open online distance education. Are we already there? We are not yet there. So the journey is not yet complete when it comes to leveraging on technology. We are not yet there because I think there is an opportunity, and using the intellect concentration at OUT, we can devise ways of making sure that our students get access to affordable devices, whether they are in the rural areas, whether they are where there are areas where there is no power. We can work together and work with the global institutions to ensure that we get devices that enable our students to reduce the digital divide, which Professor said. We are seeing this happening in small universities like St. Joseph University of Tanzania. Every student has got a small lab, affordable one, where you can upload all your materials, you can access your materials, you can discuss. There are a lot of that can be done, and these gadgets and devices are not very, very expensive. We can work together, we can work with the government, where the government can even guarantee students on how we can get these devices. So I still believe that there is a room on leveraging technology. On the student welfare, Professor said, yes, our students are working in isolation. Indeed they are, because that's the nature of ODL. But with the power of technology now, we can enable our youth to interact. Look at what happened in Botswana, the latest elections. The latest elections in Botswana, it's the youth who voted through technology, through interactions, through technology. So I believe that our students can get very good experience through online mentoring, through online counseling. I know OUT, this is happening, but we don't have really to do it on a face-to-face mode, but through the technology. Student engagement, this was another issue that Professor raised, and I think, again, this is an issue that can actually being handled so very well with the technology. And the number of students and the number of scripts, the number of assignments that are being handled on are all digital. Why should people sit down and mark face-to-face? There are artificial intelligent apps that can help us, but it is us people at OUT that have to work hard to make sure that we mine the right apps and use them to address our issues. I would like to go on the curricular challenges that Professor raised, and this goes hand in hand with the relevance matter. I think we all in this room need to appreciate what the government has done through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. I don't know how many of us have really had access to the changes, to the immense changes in the basic education curricula, and appreciate the necessary changes that we have to do in higher education. And that would tremendously lower the curricular changes, but also the relevance changes. The only thing, your honorable peers, is really the knowledge. How many people know what changes have happened? How many professors, instructors know the changes that the government has in terms of aspiration? We are talking of competency-based education. We are talking of producing pupils, students that are competent, that are that can embrace employability. And this is something that we still need to work on, and everybody, whether it's a student, whether it's a staff at the Open University of Tanzania, I think, is called to look into these emerging issues, and they are very pertinent in this country. In terms of relevance, there are areas that we cannot shy away as a university. Issues related to climate change, green economy, financial technology, data analytics, machine learning, name them. They are there in the world. We in Tanzania are not island. These are issues that we have to handle. Let me share with you one research that was done by African Development Bank in 2024, and the survey that was done by the World Trade Organization on the future of work. What do these two researchers are telling us? They are telling us, the World Trade Organization is saying, by 2030, the education that we are providing now and the occupations that we have now, 65% of them will become extinct. 65% of them will become extinct. The African Development 2014, back home now, closer to us, they are saying the best jobs, the best paying jobs now and in the next decade are in data sciences, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, cyber security, cloud development, digital content creators, project management, human resource management, because the mind of human is changing so fast. And what else? Healthcare professionals. Education is, we are not mentioned. Which tells us we will be extinct if we don't work very fast and adapt. But to me, I'm saying this is a great opportunity for us at the Open University of Tanzania. It opens a long list of reskilling, of programs for, of short-term and long-term programs to ensure that we reskill ourselves in the areas where we learned some years ago. I, for example, coming from the accounting background, and my friend here, Messi, we are saying that debit and credit, we don't need to teach it now. We teach the financial analysis, the intellect, what goes behind debit and credit. This is what we are teaching, because that cannot be taught by the machine. Now you are teaching, in education you are talking about Bloom's taxonomy. It can be downloaded anywhere. So, what brought Bloom taxonomy into its form? And questioning whether it is still relevant, those are the issues. Whether it is relevant now, and whether it will be relevant tomorrow. These are the issues we now need to engage with as we enter into the world of sustainable education, education for sustainable development. One area where Prof mentioned only by passing is the issue of artificial intelligence. We are talking a lot about artificial intelligence, and we think it is a buzzword. It is not. Artificial intelligence, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Permanent Secretary, is the ability of machine to work, to use intelligence like a human being. We are told that the artificial intelligence in the world now is about to replace 91% of human intelligence. Then what are we remaining with? Dr. Mfuka is only 9%. It's only 9%, which means that the education we are providing, unless we change, and we change it now, we will not be able to contribute towards sustainable development. And so, to me, and for OUT to continue journeying towards sustainable education, we really need to unpack the artificial intelligence apps and make use of them and let our students understand what they can do for them. Did anyone see the artificial intelligence park that was cultivating maize, that was cultivating rice? We saw it. It's happening. And we can do something we have presence all over. Now, one final, or my 2 slides, final one. I'm saying, so what is it that we have at Open University that we can use best to contribute significantly and in a leapfrog manner towards sustainable development in this country? I see, and being in the council, and my respect to my chairman, we at OUT are very much well endowed with resources. One of them is physical. We have land everywhere in this country, Madam Appears. We have just said we have 50 acres here. How can we turn this land into productive farms, that can tell people in Kigoma, yes, Open University, this is the way palm oil can be produced. Go to Mbeya, so we have lands everywhere, and so these are resources that we can turn into. But the second resource that we have is the concentration of intellect. We have people here with masters, PhD, first degree, diploma. This is a very, very valuable resource that when put together and when asked and when challenged as to what we can do in order to contribute towards sustainable development, and if we are ready, I believe that we can do wonders at Open University of Tanzania. And the reason is we are everywhere. So if we do something small and the public sees it, then it can be emulated quickly. It can be disseminated very, very quickly throughout the country without much traveling, without a lot of effort. And when the leaders, like our leader who was here, embraces it, then it is up to go. So now, finally, because I'm a discussant, I leave others for my colleague here. What is it else that we should do? In this country, we have a big agenda now. And that agenda is NDV 2050, National Development Vision 2050. In order to continue journeying relevantly, positively, OUT, right from us at the council level, throughout all members, we have to know the vision. What is the vision demanding from us? We need to embrace the aspirations that are being articulated in our national development vision, so that whatever program that we do, whatever causes that we mount, whatever outreach activities we mount, we align them with our vision. Otherwise, we will not contribute sustainably to the development of this country. Second point, this country, in 2050, we are going to be 120 million people. This country, if statistics serve us right, 20,100, we are going 220 million people, which is the best institution to serve these millions of people, if not OUT. Let us position ourselves. Let us not think of 5-year strategy. Let us not think of 5-year vision at OUT. We need to think of 50 years vision. By 2050, we are going to be 120. So we will not be talking about 200 admission at Kigoma Center. Kigoma people, they will be 5 million. So we need to add multiples of those that are going to be educated here and many other places. Yes, that is in the future, but we have current challenges. We have current challenges, and these current challenges are to do with employability. And I say to me, if you read the National Bureau of Statistics, the census results 2022, right? 2022. More than 45%, is it 45 or 60% of this country are youth. More than 45% of our people are youth. And where are they employed? And we blabber? They are employed doing borders. Yes, they are generating income to live, but not to grow the economy. We need to contribute towards enhancing their skills so that they not only contribute towards food for on the table, but surplus that can grow the economy. So let us harness what is called the demographic dividend. And the demographic dividend, which we need to harness, is coming from the youth. They even neno la Mungu linasema nguvu za nini ya kijana ni nguvu zake. Mtaji wa kijana ni nguvu zake. Imagine this capital is plenty. And what are they? They're just driving boda and we keep on accusing them. What else can we do? Which skills are we giving them? We are everywhere. Finally, I'm requesting that we should never settle at the Open University of Tanzania. We need to be on the search for innovative solutions. We need to engage partners from the private sector. We need to engage with partners at national level, at regional level, and the global level. We have even, graduates from Russia, PhD from Russia. What is it that we can harness from Russia? What is it that we can harness from Namibia? So let us never settle. Please let us envision long, because this country is going to be there for long, and for long beyond what we can think. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sylvia Tem, for your very rich discussion. Colleagues, I think you will agree with me that it is getting very interesting. Yeah? Okay, you are yet to get the second discussant, Madam Sila Karibu.
Asante. Nafikiri baada ya ndugu zangu wasomi, wabobezi. Wakati nipende kushukuru, kwanza nipende kumshukuru katibu mkuu wa wizara yetu kwamba yuko hapa akitusikiliza, na kwa kweli ni mambo makubwa. Nakushukuru mwenyekiti wetu uko bado hapa kutusikiliza na itifaki yote ikiwa imezingatiwa. May I also express my sincere appreciation and thanks to the President of the Convocation for proposing my name and the Vice VC to invite me to be one of the discussants. As you may know, I'm the member of the council representing the private sector. So I'm also a member of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, and I'm heading the Women Entrepreneur Cluster. And with that, I'm also the president of the Tanzania Women Chamber of Commerce. We are representing women. And mostly it's SMEs, actually the micro, small and medium entrepreneurs. So you may wish to know as to how many are we. We are almost like 54% of the SMEs are women. And this year we thought of opening a wing for the youth, the young boys who are struggling to get jobs after finishing education. So we have opened that window, and we invite all of you, being parents or being yourselves, to join us so that we may know what are the business opportunities in this country. So with this, I would like to just give you a brief of what I've prepared, but mostly it has been already said by Professor Yunus and also Sylvia. So just some of them are just mentioned by passing because I need not repeat. As you have seen, Sylvia has talked like he's in the lecture room, so. So for me, I'll take the perspective of the private sector because she's covered it all. So I'm looking at the perspective of the private sector. Here we are. What do we need out there? We know that Open University still undergoes with the traditional programs and all this, and whatever Sylvia has said. But then we need to focus and to see what do we want out there. As you may know that a lot of things are happening. There are new technologies coming, there are new factories being built. There are so many things happening, and you need really to keep abreast of all these, otherwise you'll just be left behind. So what I'm seeing in the private sector is that for the Open University, you need to come and listen to us. What do we need? You can see that there are a lot of local investors, but as well as foreign investors. They are coming into this country, and they are all the time complaining that there are no skills, relevant skills, which they want to hire. So what they do is to import from outside. So we get technicians from outside, which is not correct. And you see that we have our youngsters finishing colleges, and yet they are not fit for the environment or for the businesses which the foreigners or even the locals would require. So I would wish to take as a challenge to the Open University to actually get in touch with us. We have the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. We should work with it together with them, so that at least we could inquire, we should know what is there, what are we looking for in order to get our people get involved and get engaged. And of course, for that would be like raising or improving even their social life. Professor Yunus, in his concluding remarks, stated that unlocking sustainable education through open, online, and distance learning is not merely an aspiration, it is a necessity. With that, actually, I was saying this should have been the real focus, you know, because yes, we have all this, so it is a necessity, it is a need, it is a requirement. And for us as Open University, we have a lot to do. We have to reposition ourselves, as already said by Sylvia here, that we need to reposition ourselves, especially looking out there in the market. What requirements are there? We thank the government for taking initiatives like offering the free education from the kindergarten to Form 4 level. What does that mean? Those who are finishing Form 4, mostly they go to the private sector. They become machinga, they become whatever you said, all this. But what skills do they require? We need to assist them. And the government also has started now the vocational training. As you may remember, I think last year we were talking about Amali. Amali has started vocational training. That's very vital and very important, because I think the government's intention is that our youth should be employable. But employable where? And for what? So as Open University, I think what we should do, we should focus now, have tailor-made trainings to focus in these groups, especially those finishing Form 4 who may not go to A-level, but also those who are leaving A-level and those who will go for the vocational training, the proper ones. So we need really, as Open University, to do the mapping and know exactly what are we supposed to focus on. And also, with this, of course, we'll be able now to fulfill our obligation in offering open, online, and distance learning. So there's a lot out there. And also, maybe just for your information, this year, in June this year, in the Tanzania National Business Council, where the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation will represent the private sector, and we sit with the public sector, the ministers, and Madam President is the chairperson. Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan actually launched the ICT policy. ICT policy. And we are talking about Sera ya Tehama. So how are we taking it up? And I remember in that meeting, I raised my hand to just mention, to inform Her Excellency and the members who are there, that we are not talking of ICT at that high level. let's look at all those who are at the, where we are saying the grassroots down there. We are looking at the SMEs, because most of those who are leaving school or the women out there, they are engaged in businesses. But how do we support them? Mama Bitumbua, Mama Chapati, Mama whatever, you know, they are doing soap making. All these, they need skills, but where are the resource persons to do it? So it is a challenge to us as Open University to look into all that. And I remember, yes, as I said, I asked that we need really to have special programs to reach those people down there. So that is an opportunity for us as Open University to take that chance so that we can also have programs reaching out to the people. And those are the ones constituting the micro and the SMEs. So we need to reach out to them. So once we empower them, what we expect is that we'll improve their socio-economic environment, but also the country's economy. But also, we are looking at issues which has already been raised by Sylvia on issues of technology. All these factories or industries which are being now in our country, which has been introduced in our country, they require special technology and modern technology. And as rightly said, if we are not careful, and of course it is now happening, the AI, the artificial intelligence, it is taking up the toll. But how are we prepared? Are we going to leave all these youngsters just to hang around and leave the AI to take place? We have issues of digitalization. Now we have digital businesses all over, and we know it. But how do we help these people? How do we help about issues on taxes? How do they pay taxes? How do they do all those things? But also another major thing which I forgot, you know, if for the SME, we are talking about formalization of trade, and especially those who are in the informal sector. Those people, they are supposed to formalize their businesses. But do you know what is happening? If you want to formalize your business, you have to go to BRELA, yeah? And for BRELA, the women, I'm talking about the women now, you know, and those people at the village level, they are being told, enter online. What does that mean? Ingia mtandao. Mama yule anasema, nini hiyo tena? Ingia mtandao. Anaanza anatafuta mtoto wake sasa kumaliza sijui la 7 au hata form 4 labda kamaliza. Najua, I know it. Anaingia. What do you require? TIN, you go to TRI, TIN online. Yule wale watu wa chini online. Kila kitu online. Hivi sisi tunawasaidiaje sasa? May I tell you, it is a real big problem. And we are talking about formalizing businesses, and the businesses, the people who are concerned, they are like, how do I do? So they remain in their comfort area. So they remain as informal sector, but as government, we need to capture all those economic activities down there. You know, so that's why we are saying this country is very rich, but then rich how? Where's the data? How do we get all this? So we need, as Open University, looking into that area as well. She has talked about cyber. We've talked about many other things. How do we take it up as Open University? Me, I was saying that I had a quote here, the sky is the limit, but then Madam P.S. had corrected us, it's not the limit. So let's go beyond the sky. Yeah, there are opportunities out there. I've learned that because that's normally my quote. Every time I say, oh, the sky is the limit, go. But now it is even beyond. Yeah. So we need to develop skills, and mostly to reach them, which is only through the Open University, the open online learning. That's the most, because not all people come into a class and whatever. So we have like the 61 million plus population in this country. We have a lot to do. How do we reach out there? As I said, digital trade and whatever. But then we have sector programs. especially now that we know like the agriculture, the construction industry, the mining industry, all these industries, they require skills, but they require also knowledge. How do they get it? They can't go to a classroom, so they depend on the Open University to come up with programs which will help them, will reach them where they are. So we need really to look at it. She has talked about utilization of the regional centers. We had the opportunity of coming by road, so we had passed through some of our centers. Very impressive. Some of us who have not been there. It's really a shame, but now we have been there. There is a lot of opportunities. We are talking about the financial sustainability. Involve the private sector. Me, I'm in the milking of the Kamati. I was telling them, what is all these properties and whatever? Involve the private sector, PPP. We should go for that. If we have an area which we need to improve, to develop, let's involve the private sector. Many people are doing it. We can do it the BOT, build, operate, and transfer, or things like that. All this, we can do a lot, I tell you. Professor Yunus, with the financial sustainability, I think they can do it. Yeah. And for your information, I don't think they get OC, these people. They don't get OC, so they have to struggle, you know. So there are a lot of opportunities. And I think we should invite all those, the alumni and the ones, to come up with the suggestions. Let them come and advise us what we should do. Because as Open University, we need to maintain, to sustain ourselves. I've talked about the population. So as we are approaching our 31st year, now we've finished the 30th year, so we are going to 31st. So we are marching forward. I think there's a lot to be done, and we should, as she has rightly said, we should plan our way forward. And I was also thinking that in the private sector or the government itself, we are talking about the market out there. You know, the government, not only the government, but we have markets where we will be trading our products. We have the local market, which we have more than 62 million. So how do we get faida yake? Sisi kama nani wananchi, lakini we have to be governed, we have to be led by the Open University. We are talking about the East African Community market, and now we have 8 countries. We have now the SADC, we have the SADC market, but now we have the new challenging market, which is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We are promoting this market, but do we know what we are supposed to do? You know, Tanzania is still lagging behind, because I was in Kigali only a month ago, and we had a big meeting. And you know, Tanzania was like, not forthcoming as such, but us as Open University, that's an opportunity to see what are the requirements, what are the needs, how do we educate our people, how do we encourage our people, so that at least they could also venture into this market. So I would say that there are a lot of opportunities, and as PM said, the sky is not only the limit, it's up there. So with that, I think I should stop there, because most of my colleagues, the learned people here, have talked a lot. So I thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. Before I move to the floor, I have 2 simple announcements which I think I should make. Number 1 is kindly just delete the way the last speaker introduced herself. There is a prefix to her name, CPA, Madam C. Number 2 is you have heard from the 2 discussants. These 2 discussants they come from the university council. So you can imagine the caliber of our council. If these are the two strong ladies representing the council, you can imagine how strong the council is. Now we have heard from the three, the guest speaker and the two discussants. Now I move the floor so that you can equally just chip in freely. It's a free lunch. The first was Professor Cosmas, and second was President of OXO. Third is Comrade, I don't know your name.
Yeah, thank you, President. I think you should continue to be President. You have made it very well with the discussion. First, let us have 3 claps for the team. In my side, I'm trying to talk about what the first discussant talked about assistive technologies. I can say the Open University is the home of assistive technologies. It is the university that started for the first time first degree in special needs education. It is the university that the first started ICT for the blind. And at this moment, let me congratulate the Madam President Samia Suluhu Hassan, who has done greatly. Just last 2 years, employed a blind person as an accountant in the Ministry of Health. This is the power of combining the education and creating an opportunity for marginalized population to be engaged in the economic activities. With the assistive technology, what we are doing at the Open University is that a person who is blind is teaching a fellow blind. A person who is deaf is teaching a fellow deaf, trying to remove everything related to marginalization. And the entry qualification is that people with disabilities, it is their type of disability. I am blind, go back and learn. Now, what I'm trying to talk further is from the presentation of the keynote speaker of today about capacity building. This is the area where we need also to create capacity building for assistive technologies. Because if you look at the database, at the statistics that we have, we are always, the Ministry of Education, Madam, you are here, Professor, Principal Secretary. Our education has focused in the area where disability is less than 8%. Whereas the statistics shows us that disability goes too much higher at adult age. My research since 2005 on disability to date, I see that disability goes with age. For example, we have a professor who lost his sight at the age of around 70, and now is back teaching at Muhimbili University. Now what we need as education, as a support for the Open University of Tanzania, this area that we have ventured both national and international recognition. For example, I'm also part of peer review of Global Assistive Technology report. I'm also part of the country assessment on capacity building assistive technology. We think that we can use this resource to make the people who become disabled get an opportunity to be trained. That is the area I can try to chip in. Further, in the area of business, as we are talking, currently I've tried to look at how people with disabilities after learning ICT venture into business. Now we have a number of people with disabilities. Some has also established industries. Therefore, we feel like we need that and we can contribute. Thank you so much.
Comrade President, I salute you. And our co-speakers. It was quite good to hear the speech of the Professor Mgaya, but unfortunately, I found myself with a lot of questions. Perhaps we will respond to them. So my contribution will be based on questions. Based on the agenda of today, has the Open University really unlocked this sustainable education? I failed to get the answer. Because to get the answer to that question, the first question had to be, has the university served to its purpose, and to what extent? That had to be one. And two, if sustainable education is meant to allow every individual to acquire education, has the Open University done that? If I am a farmer, or let's say I'm a fisher for about 30 years, and I've been doing this business for quite a long, and I'm good in it, I have the skills. Now I need the university education, like the degree, or the diploma, or whatever. Where do I fit? What requirements do I need to have to get that education? Has the Open University really opened up that Pandora? If we have many kids that finish Standard 7 and Form 4 and Form 6 that drop out, when do they get back to the formal education system? Has the Open University really allowed that? The second discussant did speak of the sustainability. It was well. However, I find that she spoke of the penetration of the Open University to many regions and areas to allow the already formal individuals to acquire education, but did not speak on how these kids have spoken of and the other individuals that have spoken of can gain can gain education in the normal system. It's too hard to find it. But again, I cannot blame the Open University. For Jesus to rescue us, I'm sorry for the Muslims, I speak of the Christianity, if I am a Christian, he had to come to this universe and become a human being first. And then he had to rescue us. How can the Open University allow these marginalized individuals joining the university if the regulating authorities hasn't yet accepted, or maybe, let me rephrase it, hasn't yet understood the university and its nature and its purpose of establishment? Should the university, the Open University, only admit students at the time when the TCU or Unactivate opens up the doors? Should it not be open all the time? How open is open? If I am good upstairs, financially well, I think I can finish the degree in 1 year. Why should the TCU control me? Can it allow me to have the degree? How open is open? Have we allowed it? Can we allow this sustainability in that area? It's really too hard. But again, the requirements of joining the university, how different are they from the other conventional universities? When do the Open University of Tanzania distinguish itself from the conventional universities? When does it stand as the Open University, and when does it stand as the conventional universities? If we get to reply these questions, it will be so easy to discuss this agenda. But if we don't, we'll be speaking of the normal issues that we do see. And again, Professor, I expected you to at the end of the day, to give us the conclusion that should tell us where to go. I failed to find it. Perhaps after these questions that have triggered your mind, you'll have to go back and come out with a conclusion that should tell us where to go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, President, also President. But may I kindly remind you that Professor Yunus Mugaya is no longer the CEO of TCU. You are right. Okay, comrade.
Na kushukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais wa Majlis ya Wahitimu. Jina langu Daktari Ahmed Sow ni mhadhiri kutoka chuo cha kumbukumbu ya Mwalimu Nyerere, lakini nafahamu mshititi wa lugha ya Kiswahili, na nitakuomba niwie radhi. Najua mjadala ulikuwa unakwenda vizuri kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, ila kwa sababu ya ushititi nitabakia kwenye lugha ya Kiswahili. Wengi wanaweza wakawa wanashangaa mshititi ni kitu gani. Mshititi ni mtu mwenye kupenda jambo kuliko kawaida. Kwa Kiingereza wanaita inclusive. Ndio mie kwenye Kiswahili kwa kweli nimetopea, nimepita mipaka. Sasa nirudi kwenye mjadala, na hii convocation tunaita majalis. Ni baraza hili muhimu kwa ajili ya wahitimu. Ndio maana nikamwita Mheshimiwa Rais wa majalis, kwa maana President of Convocation. Tuko pamoja? Swahili raha. Nimefurahi sana leo kumuona Profesa Yunus Mgaya, mama yetu kwa maana mkewe alikuwa mhasibu taasisi ya taaluma za Kiswahili zamani. Kwa hiyo tumefurahi pia kuwa na baba hapa Kigoma. Baba, hongera sana. Ndugu zangu, mimi napenda kutumia fursa hii kutoa kongole kubwa sana kwa uongozi wa Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania chini ya baba yangu huyu Mzee Bisanda. Lakini kikubwa zaidi, imetufurahisha sana sisi watu wa Kigoma sana. Najua wengi wakati mahafali mipango huku pengine mlinung'unika, wengine nasema mbona unatupeleka mbali, ingawa mkasahau kujiuliza mbali kutoka wapi. Kwa sababu hapa kwenda Burundi ni takriban saa kama 3 hivi au saa moja umeshafika zako Burundi. Kwa hiyo hamkuzingatia mbali kutoka wapi. Lakini kwa kweli ugeni wenu umetufurahisha mno. Naomba tujipigie makofi na tupigie makofi. Pahala hapa ambapo ipo center, tangu hii center inaanza msingi, sisi wenyeji wa Kigoma tulikuwa tunafuatilia kwa karibu. Rafiki yangu Daktari Maguo wakati ule ni afisa masoko, na baadaye ndugu yangu na mama hawa, mimi najaribu kuwasasisha taarifa, kuwa update information, what is going on here, nini kinaendelea hapa katika kituo hichi cha Kigoma. Kwa hivyo tunakushukuruni sana, kwa sababu Kigoma kwa muda mrefu, na ninataka niweke hii sawa, chuo kikuu cha kwanza kuonekana kama chuo kikuu hapa Kigoma ni Chuo Kikuu Huria cha Tanzania. Naomba tupige mkono. Kwa mmetupa heshima, kwa Kiswahili cha siku hizi mmetuheshimisha sana sana sana, na Mwenyezi Mungu awabariki. Naomba nirejee kwenye mada, ndugu zangu. Kwenye mada hii naomba nitazame maeneo mawili tu kwa sababu ya muda. Eneo la kwanza, niliwahi kumsikia Jaji Mkuu anasema wanapounda sheria basi wanazingatia ile sheria at the end of the day, yani mwisho kabisa ile sheria iwanufaishe wananchi wa kawaida. Sasa nataka nichukue hiyo dhana niilete katika mjadala wa leo, ambao mada imepewa jina zuri sana, namna gani Chuo Kikuu Huria kimefungua milango ya watu ambao walikuwa hawawezi kupata fursa ya kwenda katika chuo. Na ili mada wamesema vizuri sana kwamba ni lazima kuzingatia jamii inayotuzunguka. Kila tunachokifanya ni lazima turudi kwenye jamii ya kawaida. Na mfano mmetoa vizuri sana wote kwa ujumla. Hapa kwenda kwenye ufukwe wa ziwa Tanganyika, nadhani ni kilomita kama 3 ni hapo tu au moja tu. Lakini hapa nyuma kuna bonde la wakulima wa kawaida linaitwa Kanso, hapa tu nyuma, nadhani baada ya mipaka ya chuo. Kuna wananchi wa kawaida wanafanya shughuli zao za kilimo, na ndio wazazi wetu sisi wametulea katika mazingira. Hapo chini ukienda kuna wavuvi. wa kawaida tu. Wazee wetu wametulea. Namna gani program zilizoko chuo kikuu huria inawanufaisha hawa wananchi wa kawaida. Na ndio mkasema vizuri, tuna bodaboda, tuna mamalishe, kuna wapika vitafunwa. Maka sisi vitumbua viti vitafunio, tunaita vitafunwa. Vitafunio ya tayari Mungu alishatupa ni meno. Sasa kwa namna gani tunaweza program za open university zinaweza kuwasaidia wa watu wa kawaida? Nadhani ndio kwamba zile program mitalaa ambayo tunaitengeneza, ndio maana ndugu yangu wa mwisho hapa anajiuliza maswali, chuo kikuu huria, huria ni upi? Lakini nimtoe tu shaka kwamba ni chuo kikuu kinafuata taratibu zote, kwa sababu ukitaka kuleta uhuria ambao ni tofauti sana, kuna watu wengine watakuja kabisa kusoma, kwa sababu watatengwa na jamii, wataambiwa si wahuria hawa. Kwa hiyo bwana, nadhani mfumo mwingine unabaki hivi. Kwa hiyo nachokifikiria ni kwamba ni kwa namna gani hizi programu zitaongeza kuihusisha jamii, na jamii ione kwamba kuwepo kwa chuo kikuu huria hapa, mfano hapa Kigoma na maeneo mengine, kweli kwao ni mkombozi katika maisha yao ya kawaida. Kwa sababu kuna mtu anaweza akawa anapita, kuna ile dhana ya umiliki, sense of ownership, na wenyewe wakaona kwamba hichi chuo kipo hapa ni msaada. Wakati ule TASAF inafanya kazi, mzee wangu alipewa ng'ombe. Sasa asubuhi anakwenda kumpa maji, na muuliza ulikuwa hapa, anasema nimekwenda kumpa maji ng'ombe wa TASAF. Nikamwambia TASAF ni nani? Sasa TASAF si mambo ya serikali yanawasaidia watu wasiojiweza. Nikamwambia
jitahidi umalizie.
Naam, niko mwisho. Ni watu gani hao TASAF? Yeye anaona kwamba yule ng'ombe wamekuja kupewa na nani? TASAF. Kumbe TASAF anafikiri ni watu wengine, lakini ng'ombe yuko kwake. Sio, tuko pamoja. Kwa hiyo tunaweza tukawa tuko na chuo kikuu huria hapa, tuna program zinafanyika, wale wajanja wachache wanapata fursa ya kuja kusoma na kuelewa nini kinaendelea, lakini wanaona kwamba kama chuo akifanya nini, akiwahusu. Kwa hiyo napenda sasa nitumie fursa hii kuomba uongozi wa center na uongozi wa makao kwa ujumla mjitahidi sana kuongeza hamasa. Sisi Kigoma ukweli tulibaki nyuma sana kwenye masuala ya elimu. Nyuma mno. Ndio maana mimi nazungumza kama mwenyeji. Sitaki kuzungumza kama mtaalamu. Nazungumza kama mwenyeji ili muweze kufahamu na kufanyia kazi, kwa sababu wajumbe wawili hapo wajadili mada ni wanabaraza na miamba yote ya open iko hapa. Kwa hiyo tuongeze kasi ya kutangaza, tuongeze kasi ya kutengeneza program fupi au za muda mfupi ambazo zitawahusisha makundi mbalimbali ya kawaida katika jamii. Nadhani hii inaweza ikatusaidia sana kuifikia jamii lengwa katika kufungua ile milango kama mada kuu ilivyokuwa imesema. Naomba kuhudhurisha. Asante sana.
Asante sana, na nidhani nitoe fursa hata kwa wajumbe wengine, kama mtu anataka kuzungumza kwa Kiswahili anaruhusiwa. We prefer English, but if you are comfortable to do it in Kiswahili, you are equally welcome.
Thank you very much. I'll use English. My name is John Mataro. I'm a graduate, and thank you, Prof. Yunus. I don't know if you are still here. Oh, thank you very much. This is one of the profound presentations that I've received for many years. At some point I lose some focus because we have been somewhat diverging from the truth. You spoke so much, which I don't think if you can be able to comprehend with these few hours as we're approaching lunch. But I'll add to send that presentation or whatever writing that we have prepared, because I want to go through it. I think you have challenged the university as an institution, and you have challenged us as graduates, and I think even people who are here. For instance, we as graduates, is your degrees going to be relevant in the next 5 years? Or 10 years? Really? Are they going to be relevant? Because you have seen the statistics. And that is just an inference. It can be more. It can be even 95% could be relevant. That's number one. Number two, as an institution, what is the quality of our education that we are receiving? All right, I've been graduated today. Oh, tomorrow I'll be graduating, sorry. Will I be competent enough to compete anywhere? We have been waiting for the government to give us more. We graduate and they say, you know what, we are employed, and then so what? We are taking borders and riding around. But really, am I studying here so that I can be border? That's another challenge. But the last challenge is that we are complaining that there's no jobs. Is it the fact? Do we know what the world demands at the moment? They have highlighted some very specific items, Prof. Yunus and other discussants. Now we are moving to a digital age. From 1994 to 2024, where we have a big transformation from Kiswahili to tablet and a lot of technology advancement that has been occurred. Now the world demands data scientists. How many PhD students here are data scientists? Can they really tell us what is it about of what they've done, and can they provide a solution when it comes to data analytics? Okay, another challenge. How confident are we with Microsoft Word, which is the least software for data analytics? Because now people are using Python and other strong data analysis softwares, like machine learning that I mentioned. How many of us are we really going through those kind of information to see if we're going to be relevant or not? I need to wrap up because I know there are people that will be wanting to speak after me. Is that as an institution, Open University, I think we need to go back and see the quality of education that we're providing. Are we really following the quality assurance? What about our service delivery? Do we do a research of how many people graduated and how many are doing what somewhere? Have we done any research about that? And if not, Madam CPA has highlighted about the private graduates or graduates from Open University. Are they be able to work for private sector? Or they fit for the government because we can sneak around and then go there for have lunch and then go back and get our salary? Do we able to work for a private sector as we speak? Another challenge is that we have been saying, okay, there's no, I'm wrapping up, no employment. As graduates from the University of, Open University of Tanzania, can we be able to work on international organizations such as World Bank, IMF? There's a lot of jobs there, my friend. Go and check. If you don't have a link, I can give you. There's a lot of jobs at the UN. Are we able to do those competence-based interviews to pass and be able to work on those and deliver on that particular level that is required? Can we plan and organize our work? Can we be professional enough to be able to be accepted to work on those kind of institutions? I think those are the challenges that I'll leave you. Thank you very much.
I think there's a hand by Professor Bisanda.
Thank you. First of all, let me acknowledge the keynote speaker and the discussants. I think this is a very interesting discussion. We cannot discuss and exhaust it. It's still, and I believe that even after this session, we continue to discuss issues. I want to actually focus you on the issue of technology. Technology is changing more rapidly than we can cope. But regulators are stagnant. They are not moving with the changes in technology. Somebody asked us how open is open. Our openness index stands around 70%. We are not fully open. But I'm not going to dwell on that one. I want to tell you that when I was doing my university education in the 80s, in the 70s, I was not allowed to use a calculator. If you are found in the examination room with a calculator, you are expelled. When you say it today, even kindergarten kids are using calculators. But see, we are still teaching four-figure table. Where does the four-figure table play in your life?
Why do you spend the whole month learning 4-figure table in your curriculum? Nobody uses a 4-figure table. So the curriculum does not change. Again, when you go to the internet and ask in Google states of matter, they'll tell you there are 7 states of matter. But still in your schools, we are teaching 3 states of matter. We are still lagging behind technology. The 4th state of matter is liquid crystal, which was discovered in 1977 and is used in your mobile phone on the screen. Liquid crystal is the 4th state of matter. We still teach in schools 3 states of matter. That's why I'm saying that we are not going to move when the system that regulates education, syllabus, curriculum is stagnant. The people who write books, they write to us what they learned in the school, not what is currently available. We're talking of artificial intelligence. In Malaysia, I went there for a seminar. They are already using artificial intelligence in universities. Sisi tunaogopa kwa sababu wanafunzi kwa ruhusu kuja na kompyuta na calculator kwenye mtihani, watatumia ChatGPT, watakuandikia majibu yanayofanana na hayo. Because the teachers cannot change the way they teach and the way they question the students. We are not now scared of using ChatGPT. I have said it already. We must reach a point where we should allow students to come in the examination room with any gadget they want. A computer, a calculator, but the question, the answers will not be found in those gadgets. So the challenge is to the teachers, not the gadgets. The technology is here to be used to simplify our world. But if we are scared of technology, we are doomed to fail. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Bisanda. Yes, the Chair of Council.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I join the rest in commending the keynote speakers and the discussion for today's very important topic for our institution. Indeed, the sky is not the limit, and it reminds me of 2 renowned academics, one who lived in about 400 BC, and another one at the change of the 21st century, Aristotle and Einstein, who at different times remarked that the more you know that you don't know. And it's applying to me today here also. I've heard a lot of stylized facts, and I'm just wondering, as chair of the council, where do we start when we go back to our meetings? And my starting point is on I think the keynote speaker made a very good presentation on what OUT has achieved, but also you conclude with some of the challenges. And the challenges, most of them are intertwined, because you're talking about limited funding, then that goes into student support, it goes into institutional capacity. At the end of the day, you go back to funding. And I'm saying, well, let's not take this as challenges, but can we turn them into opportunities? And what I'm saying is there is a lot that OUT can do, but must we do everything at a go? And I was saying, well, kupanga ni kuchagua. Let's see what best we can do with the resources that we have. And I like the idea that the Madam Professor Temu said, the point of the lot of resources. We have so many centers spread all over, and there are certain things that we can starting productive units on the basis of the enrollment in those respective regions. And I was wanting to link this, of course, with what CPA also said. linking this with private sector. And the question I was asking myself, can we make our centers there communities of excellence? I want to underline community of excellence and not centers of excellence. And to link with what Professor Ngaya said, localizing or democratizing education so that where out is, not only is outing doing well, best, but the community surrounding out is also doing the best in terms of businesses they're doing, the way they do business, and so forth. Another thing which links to that, one of the resources that we talked about was we have staff of different academic mix. And so I was saying again, obviously we can train and retain and what have you, and maybe our staff, some of them are recruited from the market, some of them have had some work experience, and we are supposed to, and not just out, but I think all universities as a whole, to have trainers or lecturers who themselves also have the skills and can therefore help the learners to acquire those skills. And I know out maybe like other institutions, other universities, we have internship programs for staff. And I was saying, therefore, we should not just look at the numbers and the occupational mix, but also what kind of skills do this staff have and what can they do. I think this links to the point that was mentioned by the president, the example he gave, that I already have some experience, I'm working, I now want to go to school and acquire some more. Is there any link or somebody program where you can meet experts who can build from where the experience this guy is? Those are my two very brief remarks, but again, I wish to underline and really congratulate the keynote speaker and the discussant for excellent contribution. And I want to say, now I know that I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, two more hands, preferably from the academic staff. You have been challenged. You need actually to demonstrate that you are ready to pick up the challenge. If you don't raise your hand, you're okay. Fuka has volunteered there.
Yeah, thank you very much, President, and all protocol observed PSC with us here. We thank you very much spending all the time with us today. Just since there is quite a lot of technology that has been talked about, probably I will contribute a little bit into that. On the fact that indeed, as we see indicated in the speakers, discussants, technology is going fast in many areas, whether it's, as Madam Sales indicated, whether it's in business or in health. So as well, it is in education. So the issue is on how we can be able to tap into it and integrate it in education so that we can be able to progress alongside with the contribution to the socio-economic development of the country. So what I can see is that at the Open University of Tanzania, knowing that we have seen the issue of AI coming in, and indeed, as Professor Bisanda indicated, that seminar that went into Malaysia changed him quite a lot. So we have already, for example, called these people from Asia, one of the university. They came here at our university, and we started looking at how we can be able to incorporate AI, whether it is in how we can do better the research, for example, or how we can teach better, for example, using AI with that. professor there, the first discussant, indicated that the 91% actually AI can be able to do it. So we are left with 9, right? So then the idea then is how we can be able to make sure that we take advantage of that 91. That is the thing. Take advantage of that already 91. Don't fight with it. Just take advantage of making sure that at least you get 50%, 60%. If we get it, it means it will be on your advantage. So I think rather than looking at the side effect of AI, we have to be careful on how to use it. But I think we have to look at more opportunities. How can AI, for example, assist us in advancing our education? How can we ask differently so that we can take, so that we can even allow all these students to be able to use this and advance even our creativity, be able to participate in improving our private sector and so on. So what I want to say that Open University is already looking at this. That's one. So we are very glad to hear all this contribution. Indeed, we will take them on board. But the other thing is that as the country is also looking at the AI guideline, the AI guideline, so that as we navigate, as a country in this venture of AI, then we are guided to tap the opportunities, but as well as being safeguarded. And our permanent secretary is also here. The Minister of Education is also looking at also using how to use AI in education specifically, some guidelines and all that. So I think there is all these efforts that we as the Open University, we are also participating in all these initiatives to ensure that we'll be evolving along these changes, but also contributing to the nation as a whole. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think as Professor Bizanda pointed out that we can discuss it even after lunch and even after tomorrow, because the topic is really discussable and very interesting. May I actually thank you all for your participation. Before I invite the discussants and the guest speaker to wind up, but actually I need to appreciate the presence of our permanent secretary, Metuvumilia San. She was supposed to do other things. Equally, our graduates. Kesho wana mahafali, wana mambo mengi ya kufanya, lakini your presence actually imeonyesha how the topic was interesting, na kwa Kiswahili kizuri umetuheshimisha, tunashukuru sana. Now, wind up. Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much all those who contributed from the audience, but my two colleagues here, the discussants. All you did really was to enrich what I presented this morning. All I did was chokoza, and I got what I expected, enriching what I presented. So thank you very much. I've taken extensive notes here, and I'm not intending to take you through all the notes, but let me go back to the last paragraph of my presentation, and this is in response to a series of questions that came from the President. Yes. From the President. Mr. President had a number of questions, but I'd like to sum up as follows. My last paragraph in my presentation, I said, let us work together, educators, policymakers, community leaders, and others, well-wishers, etc., to invest. And investment here doesn't just mean resourcing it. Investment can be your time, whatever you have that you think can contribute to sustainable educational practices. Let us all do that so that we harness the potential of technology. while remaining rooted in equity and inclusivity. That's really the focus and the bottom line of what I was trying to say this morning. Now, the two discussants did a very good job. Professor Sylvia Temu, she started with a question, has OUT attained its goal of offering sustainable education? And in her presentation, she kind of agreed that Open University has gone some way, has covered some distance in that journey of offering sustainable education. However, there is room for improvement. There is need to connect sustainable education to sustainable development. That link ought to be made and achieved. And I'm sure the sustainable education through open online and distance modes is geared towards promoting sustainable development at the end of the day. On challenges, yes, OUT should align itself with Tanzania Development Vision 20. Soon there will be a draft available for all of us to look at, and if you have anything to say, you can say that draft that is already in its final stage. All you need to do is to using the stage. All you need to do is to using that draft for programs, your activities with the TDV. Today, discussant Professor Sylvia Temu looked at population projection by 2100. That is the time. Na rais wa Majalis umepongezwa, na mimi naungana na mshititi kumpongeza rais wetu wa Majalis kwa kusimamia hili zoezi vizuri sana. Lakini alikuwa na maswali au hoja moja kubwa kwamba kuna wananchi wa kawaida huku, iwe ni kwenye kilimo, iwe ni kwenye uvuvi, wananchi wa kawaida kabisa ambao uwepo wa hiki chuo hapa wanataka waone manufaa ya moja kwa moja na sio yale ya kuzunguka sana, ya moja kwa moja. Pengine kutengenezwa program fupi za uvuvi bora hapo kwenye ziwa, program fupi za kilimo bora cha michikichi, program fupi za ufugaji bora na kadhalika na kadhalika. Sasa hili ni jambo ambalo liko ndani ya uwezo wa chuo kikuu na hilo hamwezi kulikimbia. Kwa hiyo mshititi, nakubaliana na wewe 100%. Now over to challenges, code switching ni muhimu. Over to challenges, I dwelled at some depth on the challenges facing Open University, and some of these challenges have been reiterated by various speakers. And one of our graduates who dwelt on the challenges was wondering whether the degrees we are going to get tomorrow are relevant, whether those degrees will enable you to be employable, whether the quality of your degrees is up to acceptable standard, etc. Let me assure you that the quality of the degrees you are going to get tomorrow is of the required standard, because Open University is regulated like all other universities. However, in terms of knowledge that you got through your training at the university, doesn't give you everything, no. It prepares you for the world of work. So there is a bit of gap filling that as an individual you have to do. Those challenges can be turned into opportunities. Those challenges can be turned into opportunities. And instead of looking at them as challenges, waiting for someone to help you or to leverage resources to alleviate those challenges, you can actually take them as opportunities and use them to leverage resources from all corners of this globe. He underscored the need for the Open University to connect with local communities through your regional centers so as to enhance the skills of people surrounding you. I think those are the main points that I could pick as you were making your presentations. Mr. President, colleagues, graduates, and everyone present here, asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you very much, the guest speaker and the two discussants. May I now allow you to move?
Can we rise please kwa heshima ya kazi nzito? Thank you very much. Let us have our seats.
Yeah, as I said before, this marks the end of our first round. After lunch, we are going to have the annual general meeting of convocation. I thank you dearly for your active participation, and I'm looking forward to having you tomorrow in the graduation. And the members of the convocation, we shall have our annual general meeting thereafter. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Modest Varisanga, the President of the Open University Convocation. Ladies and gentlemen, just 2 minutes for vote of thanks by Professor Leonard Ifweja. Please, 2 minutes vote of thanks. Tufunge hii session ya mwanzo. Okay, we are going to have vote of thanks by Professor Ifweja. Welcome.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Good afternoon. Let me stand on the already established protocol for the sake of time. My task is actually give a vote of thanks to the guest speaker, Professor Ngaya. It is with great honor that so please, your ears, please. Let me proceed with the vote of thanks. It is with great honor that I rise to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of the Open University of Tanzania during this remarkable 34th convocation ceremony, which is being held here at our regional center. I would like to extend our profound gratitude to our distinguished guest speaker, Professor Yunus Ngaya, for delivering a truly inspiring and thought-provoking address on the theme 30 years of unlocking sustainable education through open, online, and distance learning. Your speech has been both enlightening and also motivating, shedding light on the transformative power of distance learning in addressing educational challenges while fostering innovation and sustainability. Your presence and the message have greatly enriched the occasion and left a permanent mark on all of us, especially our graduates. I also deeply appreciate the contributions of the esteemed discussants, CPA Messina and Professor Sylvia Tem, whose reflections and insightful engagement further enriched our today's discussion. Their perspectives have actually added immense value, emphasizing the importance of collaboration and innovation in the advancement of education. I'm trying actually to shorten my votes of thanks, and let me actually conclude this vote of thanks by actually taking a quotation of some of the key statements that were presented during this discussion of the theme that we had in our discussion today. The first one, we should not settle at OUT, but keep on engaging for the betterment of our country. And also, unlocking sustainable education is not an aspiration, but a necessity. So we should also look into creating our centers as communities of excellence. So those are the challenges that we have been given as an institution, and see how we should handle it so that we can keep on continuing unlocking the education through ODLO. So having said so, I wish now to conclude once again by thanking Professor Yunus Mgaya, our guest speaker and the guest of honor, for honoring us with your presence and your words of wisdom. Many of your message inspires all as we continue to champion the cause of sustainable education. So we also express our sincere gratitude to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Professor Caroline Nombo, for your thoughtful remarks and your continued support for education initiatives. Your presence today reaffirms the government's commitment on advancing education as a key driver of national development, and this can be demonstrated by the building in where we are in, where the Regional Center of Kigoma was built in support of the finances from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Technology. So with those few remarks, thank you all, and may you have a wonderful day of today and tomorrow, when we will be making the climax of our 30 years anniversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fwedia, for the word of thanks. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of our first session, and we are going for lunch. And after lunch, members of the university convocation will be coming back for the annual general meeting. So we are going to have 30 minutes for lunch, and then after 30 minutes, that will be around 15 hours. Yes, that was at so at 15 hours, we will be back. But our leaders, this makes the end, so they will leave after lunch. Thank you very much, and you are welcome. Members, you just remain while leaders are moving. I'm having we are having some few announcements, so you can just wait. I will direct you where to have food and other announcements. Okay, so members, tomorrow will be a graduation ceremony that will be held at Kawawa grounds. The Kawawa grounds are at Ujiji. I'm sure that you have seen all the adverts in regard to venue changes. So instead of Lake Tanganyika, will be Kawawa. I don't know if it is a stadium or a ground, but it is just around Ujiji, very close to our center. Also, we are supposed to be there by 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Saa moja kamili, we are supposed to be there for rehearsal. So all graduates, as well as supervisors, university management, deans and directors, we are supposed to be there by 7 a.m. Saa moja kamili, so that we start the rehearsal kabla ya saa 2 wageni hawajaanza kuja. I think those were the few announcements by Dr. Lawi, who has asked me to convey them to you on his behalf. So we are going to have a lunch that is saved. For all members, tutapata chakula hapo nje. Kuna sehemu mnaiona hapo ina buffet, kwa hiyo tutakwenda pale. Na wale viongozi tutapata chakula kwenye ukumbi ulioko kulia kwanza, au kwenye chumba kushoto, kilichopo kushoto kwanza. Kwa hiyo baada ya viongozi wale wa baraza na kadhalika kuchukua chakula, basi viongozi wengine, deans and directors, tutajoin pale, na sisi wengine chakula chetu kiko